Chapter 1. The Secret Door to Success. So the people shouted when the priests blew with the trumpets. And it came to pass, when the people heard the sound of the trumpet, and the people shouted with a great shout, that the wall fell down flat, so that the people went up into the city, every man straight before him, and they took the city. Joshua chapter 6, verse 20. A successful man is always asked, what is the secret of your success? People never ask a man who is a failure, what is the secret of your failure? It is quite easy to see that they are not interested. People all want to know how to open the secret door to success. For each man, there is success, but it seems to be behind a door or wall. In the Bible reading, we have heard the wonderful story of the falling of the walls of Jericho. Of course, all biblical stories have a metaphysical interpretation. We will talk now about your wall of Jericho, the wall separating you from success. Nearly everyone has built a wall around his own Jericho. This city you are not able to enter contains great treasures, your divinely designed success, your heart's desire. What kind of wall have you built around your Jericho? Often, it is a wall of resentment. Resenting someone or resenting a situation shuts off your good. If you are a failure and resent the success of someone else, you are keeping away your own success. I have given the following statement to neutralize envy and resentment. What God has done for others, He now does for me and more. A woman was filled with envy because a friend had received a gift. She made this statement, and an exact duplicate of the gift was given her, plus another present. It was when the children of Israel shouted that the walls of Jericho fell down. When you make an affirmation of truth, your wall of Jericho totters. I gave the following statement to a woman. The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace. She had a vivid picture of stepping over a fallen wall and received the demonstration of her good almost immediately. It is the word of realization which brings about a change in your affairs, for words and thoughts are a form of radioactivity. Taking an interest in your work, enjoying what you are doing, opens the secret door to success. A number of years ago, I went to California to speak at the different centers by way of the Panama Canal, and on the boat, I met a man named Jim Tully. For years, he had been a tramp. He called himself the king of the hobos. He was ambitious and picked up an education. He had a vivid imagination and commenced writing stories about his experiences. He dramatized tramp life. He enjoyed what he was doing and became a very successful author. I remember one book called Outside Looking In. It was made into a motion picture. He is now famous and prosperous and lives in Hollywood. What opened the secret door to success for Jim Tully? Dramatizing his life, being interested in what he was doing, he made the most of being a tramp. On the boat, we all sat at the captain's table, which gave us a chance to talk. Mrs. Grace Stone was also a passenger on the boat. She had written The Bitter Tea of General Yen and was going to Hollywood to have it made into a moving picture. She had lived in China and was inspired to write the book. That is the secret of success, to make what you are doing interesting to other people. Be interested in yourself, and others will find you interesting. A good disposition, a smile, often opens the secret door. The Chinese say, a man without a smiling face must not open a shop. The success of a smile was brought out in a French moving picture in which Chevalier took the lead. The picture was called With a Smile. One of the characters had become poor, dreary, and almost a derelict. He said to Chevalier, "What good has my honesty done me?" Chevalier replied, "Even honesty won't help you without a smile." So the man changes on the spot, cheers up, and becomes very successful. Living in the past, complaining of your misfortunes, builds a thick wall around your Jericho. Talking too much about your affairs, scattering your forces, brings you up against a high wall. I knew a man of brains and ability who was a complete failure. He lived with his mother and aunt, and I found that every night when he went home to dinner, He told them all that had taken place during the day at the office. He discussed his hopes, his fears, and his failures. I said to him, "You scatter your forces by talking about your affairs. Don't discuss your business with your family. Silence is golden." He took my lead. During dinner, he refused to talk about business. His mother and aunt were in despair. They loved to hear all about everything, but his silence proved golden. Not long after, he was given a position at $100 a week, and in a few years, he had a salary of $300 a week. Success is not a secret. It is a system. Many people are up against the wall of discouragement. Courage and endurance are part of the system. We read this in lives of all successful men and women. I had an amusing experience which brought this to my notice. I went to a moving picture theater to meet a friend. While waiting, I stood near a young boy selling programs. He called to people passing, "Buy a complete program of the picture, containing photographs of the actors and a sketch of their lives." Most people pass by without buying. To my great surprise, he suddenly turned to me and said, "Say, this ain't no racket for a guy with ambition." Then he gave a discourse on success. He said, "Most people give up just before something big is coming to them. A successful man never gives up." Of course, I was interested and said, "I'll bring you a book the next time I come. It is called The Game of Life and How to Play It. You will agree with a lot of the ideas." A week or two later, I went back with the book. The girl at the ticket office said to him, "Let me read it, Eddie, while you were selling programs." The man who took tickets leaned over to see what it was about. The game of life always gets people's interest. I returned to the theater in about 3 weeks. Eddie had gone. He had expanded into a new job that he liked. His wall of Jericho had crumbled. He had refused to be discouraged. Only twice is the word success mentioned in the Bible, both times in the book of Joshua. "Only be strong and very courageous, to observe to do according to all the law which Moses, my servant, commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right nor to the left, that thou mayest have good success whithersoever thou goest. This book of the law shall not depart from my mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do all that is written therein. For then shalt thou make thy way prosperous, and thou shalt have good success. Turn not to the right nor to the left." The road to success is a straight and narrow path. It is a road of loving absorption, of undivided attention. You attract the things you give a great deal of thought to. So if you give a great deal of thought to lack, you attract lack. If you give a great deal of thought to injustice, you attract more injustice. Joshua said, "And it shall come to pass, that when they make a long blast with the ram's horn, and when ye hear the sound of the trumpet, all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall of the city shall fall down flat, and the people shall ascend up, every man straight before him." The inner meaning.
Good morning, good afternoon, or good night. You guys know what time it is. Just sit back and watch what's going on. You're gonna snack. Same thing, different day. This is what I do and how I do it. The biggest contradiction is, ain't none of your business.
successful man never gives up. Of course, I was interested and said, I'll bring you a book the next time I come. It is called The Game of Life and How to Play It. You will agree with a lot of the ideas. A week or two later, I went back with the book. The girl at the ticket office said to him, "Let me read it, Eddie, while you were selling programs." The man who took tickets leaned over to see what it was about. The game of life always gets people's interest. I returned to the theater in about 3 weeks. Eddie had gone. He had expanded into a new job that he liked. His wall of Jericho had crumbled. He had refused to be discouraged. Only twice is the word success mentioned in the Bible, both times in the book of Joshua. Only be strong and very courageous to observe to do according to all the law which Moses, my servant, commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right nor to the left, that thou mayest have good success whithersoever thou goest. This book of the law shall not depart from my mouth, but thou shalt meditate therein day and night, that thou mayest observe to do all that is written therein. For then shalt thou make thy way prosperous, and thou shalt have good success. Turn not to the right nor to the left. The road to success is a straight and narrow path. It is a road of loving absorption, of undivided attention. You attract the things you give a great deal of thought to. So if you give a great deal of thought to lack, you attract lack. If you give a great deal of thought to injustice, you attract more injustice. Joshua said, "And it shall come to pass, that when they make a long blast with the ram's horn, and when ye hear the sound of the trumpet, all the people shall shout with a great shout, and the wall of the city shall fall down flat, and the people shall ascend up, every man straight before him." The inner meaning of this story is the power of the word, your word which dissolves obstacles and removes barriers. When the people shouted, the walls fell down. We find in folklore and fairy stories, which come down from legends founded on truth, the same idea. A word opens a door or cleaves a rock. We have it again in the Arabian Nights story, Ali Baba and the 40 Thieves. I saw it made into a moving picture. Ali Baba has a secret hiding place, hidden somewhere behind rocks and mountains. The entrance may only be gained by speaking a secret word. It is "Open Sesame." Ali Baba faces the mountain and cries, "Open Sesame," and the rocks slide apart. It is very inspiring, for it gives you the realization of how your own rocks and barriers will part at the right word. So let us now take the statement, "The walls of lack and delay now crumble away, and I enter my promised land under grace." Chapter 2, Bricks Without Straw. There shall no straw be given you, yet ye shall make bricks without straw. Exodus chapter 5, verse 18. In the 5th chapter of Exodus, we have a picture of everyday life when giving a metaphysical interpretation. The children of Israel were in bondage to Pharaoh, the cruel taskmaster, ruler of Egypt. They were kept in slavery, making bricks, and were hated and despised. Moses had orders from the Lord to deliver his people from bondage. Moses and Aaron went in and told Pharaoh, "Thus saith the Lord God of Israel, let my people go, that they may hold a feast unto me in the wilderness." He not only refused to let them go, but told them he would make their tasks even more difficult. They must make bricks without straw being provided for them. And the taskmasters of the people went out, and their officers, and they spake to the people, saying, "Thus saith Pharaoh, I will not give you straw. Go ye, get you straw where ye can find it, yet not aught of your work shall be diminished." It was impossible to make bricks without straw. The children of Israel were completely crushed by Pharaoh. They were beaten for not producing the bricks. Then came the message from Jehovah. "Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet shall ye deliver the tale, number of bricks." Working with spiritual law, they could make bricks without straw, which means to accomplish the seemingly impossible. How often in life people are confronted with this situation? Agnes M. Lawson, in her Hints to Bible Students, says, "The life in Egypt under foreign oppression is the symbol of man under the hard taskmasters of destructive thinking, pride, fear, resentment, ill will, etc. The deliverance under Moses is the freedom man gains from the taskmasters as he learns the law of life. For we can never come under grace except we first know the law. The law must be made known in order to be fulfilled." In the 111th Psalm, we read in the final verse, "The fear of the Lord, law, is the beginning of wisdom. A good understanding have all they that do his commandments. His praise endureth forever." Now, if we read the word Lord, law, it will give us the key to the statement. The fear of the law, karmic law, is the beginning of wisdom, not the fear of the Lord. When we know that whatever we send out comes back, we begin to be afraid of our own boomerangs. I read in a medical journal the following facts telling of the boomerang this great pharaoh received. It would appear that flesh is indeed heir to a long and ancient line of ills, when, as was revealed by Lord Monaghan at a lecture at Leeds, that the pharaoh of the oppression suffered from hardening of the heart in a literal sense. Lord Monaghan showed some remarkable photographic slides of results of surgical operations 1,000 years before Christ, and among these was a slide of the actual anatomical remains of the pharaoh of the oppression. The large vessel springing from the heart was in such a well-preserved state as to enable sections of it to be made and compared with those made recently from the lantern slide. It was impossible to distinguish between the ancient and modern vessel. Both hearts had been attacked by athroma, a condition in which calcium salts are deposited in the walls of the vessel, making it rigid and inelastic. Inadequate expanse to the stream of blood from the heart caused the vessel to give way. With this condition went the mental changes that occur with a rigid arterial system, a narrowness of outlook, restriction and dread of enterprise, a literal hardening of the heart. So Pharaoh's hardness of heart hardened his own heart. This is as true today as it was several thousand years ago. We are all coming out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Your doubts and fears keep you in slavery. You face a situation which seems hopeless. What can you do? It is a case of making bricks without straw. But remember the words of Jehovah. "Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet shall ye deliver the tale number of bricks." You shall make bricks without straw. God makes a way where there is no way. I was told the story of a woman who needed money for her rent. It was necessary to have it at once. She knew of no channel. She had exhausted every avenue. However, she was a truth student and kept making her affirmations. Her dog whined and wanted to go out. She put on his leash and walked down the street in the accustomed direction. However, the dog pulled at his leash and wanted to go in another direction. She followed, and in the middle of the block, opposite an open park, she looked down and picked up a roll of bills, which exactly covered her rent. She looked for ads but never found the owner. There were no houses near where she found it. The reasoning mind, the intellect, takes the throne of Pharaoh in your consciousness. It says continually, "It can't be done. What's the use?" We must drown out these dreary suggestions with a vital affirmation. For example, take this statement. "The unexpected happens. My seemingly impossible good now comes to pass." This stops all argument from the army of the aliens, the reasoning mind. The unexpected happens. That is an idea it cannot cope with. "Thou hast made me wiser than mine enemies." Your enemy thoughts, your doubts, fears, and apprehensions. Think of the joy of really being free forever from the Pharaoh of the oppression. To have the idea of security, health, happiness, and abundance established in the subconscious, it would mean a life free from all limitation. It would be the kingdom which Jesus Christ spoke of, where all things are automatically added unto us. I say automatically added unto us because all life is vibration. And when we vibrate to success, happiness, and abundance, the things which symbolize these states of consciousness will attach themselves to us. Feel rich and successful, and suddenly you receive a large check or a beautiful gift. I tell the story showing the working of this law. I went to a party where people played games, and whoever won received a gift. The prize was a beautiful fan. Among those present was a very rich woman who had everything. Her name was Clara. The poorer and resentful ones got together and whispered, "We hope Clara doesn't get the fan." Of course, Clara won the fan. She was carefree and vibrating to abundance. Envy and resentment short-circuit your good and keep away your fans. If you should happen to be resentful and envious, take the statement, "What God has done for others, He now does for me and more." Then all the fans and things will come your way. No man gives to himself but himself, and no man takes away from himself but himself. The game of life is a game of solitaire. As you change, all conditions will change. Now, to go back to Pharaoh the oppressor, no one loves an oppressor. I remember a friend I had many years ago. Her name was Letty. Her father had plenty of money and supplied her mother and herself with food and clothes, but no luxuries. We went to art school together, and all the students would buy reproductions of the Winged Victory, Whistler's Mother, or something to bring art into their homes. My friend's father called all these things plunder. He would say, "Don't bring home any plunder." So she lived a colorless life without a Winged Victory on her bureau or Whistler's Mother on the wall. He would say often to my friend and her mother, "When I die, you'll both be well off." One day, someone said to Letty, "When are you going abroad?" All art students went abroad. She replied cheerfully, "Not till Papa dies." So people always look forward to being free from lack and oppression. Let us now free ourselves from the tyrants of negative thinking. We have been slaves to doubts, fears, and apprehension, and let us be delivered as Moses delivered the children of Israel, and come out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. Find the thought which is your great oppressor. Find the kingpin. In the logging camps in the spring, the logs are sent down the rivers in great numbers. Sometimes the logs become crossed and cause a jam. The men look for the log causing the jam. They call it the kingpin. Straighten it, and the logs rush down the river again. Maybe your kingpin is resentment. Resentment holds back your good. The more you resent, the more you will have to resent. You grow a resentment track in your brain, and your expression will be one of habitual resentment. You will be avoided and miss the golden opportunities which await you each day. I remember a few years ago, the streets were filled with men selling apples. They got up early to get the good corners. I passed one several times on Park Avenue. He had the most disagreeable expression I have ever seen. As people passed, he said, "Apples, apples," but no one stopped to buy. I invested in an apple and said, "You'll never sell apples unless you change your expression." He replied, "Well, that guy over there took my corner." I said, "Never mind about the corner. You can sell apples right here if you look pleasant." He said, "Okay, lady," and I went on. The next day I saw him. His whole expression had changed. He was doing a big business, selling apples with a smile. So, find your kingpin. You may have more than one, and your logs of success, happiness, and abundance will go rushing down your river. Go therefore now and work, for there shall no straw be given you, yet ye shall make bricks without straw. Chapter 3. And 5 of them were wise. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them. Matthew chapter 25, verses 2 and 3. My subject is the parable of the wise and the foolish virgins. And 5 of them were wise, and 5 were foolish. They that were foolish took their lamps and took no oil with them, but the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. The parable teaches that true prayer means preparation. Jesus Christ said, "And all things whatsoever ye shall ask in prayer, believing ye shall receive." Matthew chapter 21, verse 22. Therefore I say unto you, what things soever ye desire, when ye pray, believe that ye receive them, and ye shall have them. Mark chapter 11, verse 24. In this parable, he shows that only those who have prepared for their good, thereby showing active faith, will bring the manifestation to pass. We might paraphrase the scriptures and say, when ye pray, believe ye have it. When ye pray, act as if you have already received. Armchair faith or rocking chair faith will never move mountains. In the armchair, in the silence or meditation, you are filled with the wonder of this truth and feel that your faith will never waver. You know that the Lord is your shepherd, you shall never want. You feel that your God of plenty will wipe out all burdens of debt or limitations. Then you leave your armchair and step out into the arena of life. It is only what you do in the arena that counts. I will give you an illustration showing how the law works, for faith without action is dead. A man, one of my students, had a great desire to go abroad. He took the statement, "I give thanks for my divinely designed trip, divinely financed under grace, in a perfect way." He had very little money, but knowing the law of preparation, he bought a trunk. It was a very gay and happy trunk with a big red band around its waist. Whenever he looked at it, it gave him a realization of a trip. One day, he seemed to feel his room moving. He felt the motion of a ship. He went to the window to breathe the fresh air, and it smelt like the aroma of the docks. With his inner ear, he heard the shriek of a seagull and the creaking of the gangplank. The trunk had commenced to work. It had put him in the vibration of his trip. Soon after that, a large sum of money came to him and he took the trip. He said afterwards that it was perfect in every detail. In the arena of life, we must keep ourselves tuned up to concert pitch. Are we acting from motives of fear or faith? Watch your motives with all diligence, for out of them are the issues of life. If your problem is a financial one, and it usually is, you must know how to wind yourself up financially and keep wound up by always acting your faith. The material attitude towards money is to trust in your salary, your income, and investments, which can shrink overnight. The spiritual attitude toward money is to trust in God for your supply. To keep your possessions, always realize that they are God in manifestation. What Allah has given cannot be diminished. Then if one door shuts, another door immediately opens. Never voice lack or limitation, for by your words you are condemned. You combine with what you notice, and if you are always noticing failure and hard times, you will combine with failure and hard times. You must form the habit of living in the fourth dimension, the world of the wondrous. It is the world where you do not judge by appearances. You have trained your inner eye to see through failure into success, to see through sickness into health, to see through limitation into plenty. I will give you the land which your inner eye sees. I will give to you the land which thou seest. The man who achieves success has the fixed idea of success. If it is founded on a rock of truth and rightness, it will stand. If not, it is built upon sand and washed into the sea, returning to its native nothingness. Only divine ideas can endure. Evil destroys itself, for it is a cross-current against universal order, and the way of the transgressor is hard. They that were foolish took their lamps, and took no oil with them. But the wise took oil in their vessels with their lamps. The lamp symbolizes man's consciousness. The oil is what brings light or understanding. While the bridegroom tarried, they all slumbered and slept. And at midnight there was a cry made, "Behold, the bridegroom cometh. Go ye out to meet him." Then all those virgins arose and trimmed their lamps. And the foolish said unto the wise, "Give us your oil, for our lamps are gone out." The foolish virgins were without wisdom or understanding, which is oil for the consciousness, and when they were confronted with a serious situation, they had no way of handling it. And when they said to the wise, "Give us your oil," the wise answered, saying, "Not so, lest there be not enough for us and you, but go ye rather to them that sell and buy for yourselves." That means that the foolish virgins could not receive more than was in their consciousness or what they were vibrating to. The man received the trip because it was in his consciousness as a reality. He believed that he had already received. As he prepared for the trip, he was taking oil from his lamps. With realization comes manifestation. The law of preparation works both ways. If you prepare for what you fear or don't want, you begin to attract it. David said, "The thing I feared has come upon me." We hear people say, "I must put away money in case of illness." They are deliberately preparing to be ill, or "I'm saving for a rainy day." The rainy day is sure to come at a most inconvenient time. The divine idea for every man is plenty. Your barns should be full, and your cup should flow over, but we must learn to ask aright. For example, take this statement: "I call on the law of accumulation. My supply comes from God and now pours in and piles up under grace." This statement does not give any picture of stint or saving or sickness. It gives a fourth-dimensional feeling of abundance, leaving the channels to infinite intelligence. Every day you must make a choice. Will you be wise or foolish? Will you prepare for your good? Will you take the giant swing into faith? Or serve doubt and fear and bring no oil for your lamps? And while they went to buy, the bridegroom came, and they that were ready went in with him to the marriage, and the door was shut. Afterward came also the other virgins, saying, "Lord, Lord, open to us." But he answered and said, "Verily I say unto you, I know you not." You may feel that the foolish virgins paid very dearly for neglecting to bring oil for their lamps, but we are dealing with the law of karma, or the law of come back. It has been called the Judgment Day, which people usually associate with the end of the world. Your judgment day comes, they say, in sevens: 7 hours, 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 months, or 7 years. It might even come in 7 minutes. Then you pay some karmic debt, the price for having violated spiritual law. You failed to trust God. You took no oil for your lamps. Every day, examine your consciousness and see just what you are preparing for. You are fearful of lack and hang on to every cent, thereby attracting more lack. Use what you have with wisdom, and it opens the way for more to come to you. In my book, Your Word is Your Wand, I tell about the magic purse. In the Arabian Nights, they tell the story of a man who had a magic purse. As money went out, immediately money appeared in it again. So I made the statement, "My supply comes from God. I have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in. It is always crammed, jammed with abundance under grace in perfect ways." This brings a vivid picture to mind. You are drawing on the bank of the imagination. A woman who did not have much money was afraid to pay any bills and see her bank account dwindle. It came to her with great conviction. "I have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in." She fearlessly paid her bills, and several large checks came to her that she did not expect. Watch and pray lest ye enter into the temptation of preparing for something destructive instead of something constructive. I knew a woman who told me she always kept a long crepe veil handy in case of funerals. I said to her, "You are a menace to your relatives and are preparing to hurry them all off so that you can wear the veil." She destroyed it. Another woman who had no money decided to send her 2 daughters to college. Her husband scorned the idea and said, "Who will pay their tuition? I have no money for it." She replied, I know some unforeseen good will come to us. She kept on preparing her daughters for college. Her husband laughed heartily and told all their friends that his wife was sending the girls to college on some unforeseen good. A rich relative suddenly sent her a large sum of money. Some unforeseen good did arrive, for she had shown active faith. I asked what she had said to her husband when the check arrived. She replied, "Oh, I never antagonize George by telling him I am in the right." So prepare for your unforeseen good. Let every thought and every act express your unwavering faith. Every event in your life is a crystallized idea, something you have invited through either fear or faith, something you have prepared for. So let us be wise and bring oil for our lamps, and when we least expect it, we shall reap the fruits of our faith. My lamps are now filled with the oil of faith and fulfillment. Chapter 4. What do you expect? According to your faith, be it unto you. Matthew chapter 9, verse 29. Faith is expectancy. According to your faith, be it unto you. We might say, according to your
Hey.
Things are moving, people. We got this euro, US dollar. I'm just chilling. I'm be here all day. Missed that 100-point move, but it wasn't part of my setup, so I'm not upset about it. But money's moving, people.
Order filled. Order filled.
respectable tea or deadly poison.
Order filled. Order filled.
Smurf, this is cold.
Order filled. Order filled.
Chapter 4. What do you expect? According to your faith, be it unto you. Matthew chapter 9, verse 29. Faith is expectancy. According to your faith, be it unto you. We might say, according to your expectancies, be it done unto you. So, what are you expecting? We hear people say, we expect the worst to happen, or the worst is yet to come. They are deliberately inviting the worst to come. We hear others say, I expect a change for the better. They are inviting better conditions into their lives. Change your expectancies and you change your conditions. How can you change your expectancies when you have formed the habit of expecting loss, lack, or failure? Begin to act as if you expected success, happiness, and abundance. Prepare for your good. Do something to show you expect it to come. Active faith alone will impress the subconscious. If you have spoken the word for a home, prepare for it immediately, as if you hadn't a moment to lose. Collect little ornaments, tablecloths, etc., etc. I knew a woman who made the giant swing into faith by buying a large armchair. A chair meant business. She bought a large and comfortable chair, for she was preparing for the right man. He came. Someone will say, suppose you haven't money to buy ornaments or a chair. Then look in shop windows and link with them in thought. Get in their vibration. I sometimes hear people say, I don't go into the shops because I can't afford to buy anything. That is just the reason you should go into the shops. Begin to make friends with the things you desire or require. I know a woman who wanted a ring. She went boldly to the ring department and tried on rings. It gave her such a realization of ownership that not long after, a friend made her a gift of a ring. you combine with what you notice. Keep on noticing beautiful things, and you make an invisible contact. Sooner or later, these things are drawn into your life, unless you say, "Poor me, too good to be true." My soul, wait thou only upon God, for my expectation is from Him. This is a most important statement from the 62nd Psalm. The soul is the subconscious mind, and the psalmist was telling his subconscious to expect everything directly from the universal, not to depend upon doors and channels. My expectation is from Him. God cannot fail, for His ways are ingenious, His methods are sure. You can expect any seemingly impossible good from God if you do not limit the channels. Do not say how you want it done or how it can't be done. God is the giver and the gift and creates His own amazing channels. Take the following statement: I cannot be separated from God the giver. Therefore, I cannot be separated from God the gift. The gift is God in action. Get the realization that every blessing is good in action, and see God in every face and good in every situation. This makes you master of all conditions. A woman came to me saying that there was no heat in the radiators in their apartment and that her mother was suffering from the cold. She added, "The landlord has declared that we can't have heat until a certain date." I replied, "God is your landlord." She said, "That's all I want to know," and rushed out. That evening, the heat was turned on without asking. It was because she realized that the landlord was God in manifestation. This is a wonderful age, for people are becoming miracle-minded. It is in the air. Quoting from an article which I found in the New York Journal and American by John Anderson, it corroborates what I have just said. The title of the article is "Theatergoers Make Hits of Metaphysical Plays." If, said a cynical manager, who shall be called Brock Pemberton, with a slight accent of sarcasm in his voice the other night on an intermission curbside talk, "You fellows," meaning the critics, "know so much about what the New York public wants. Why don't you tell me what to produce? Why don't you run me into business instead of out of it? Why don't you tell me what sort of play the playgoers want to see?" "I would," I said, "but you wouldn't believe it." "You're hedging," he said. "You don't know, and you're trying to cover up by pretending to know more than you're willing to say. You haven't any more idea than I have this minute what sort of plays generally succeed." "I have," I said. "There is one surefire success, one theme that works and has always worked, whether it is competing with boy meets girl, mysteries, historical tragedies, etc. No play on the theme has ever completely failed if it had any merit at all, and a lot of poor ones have been big hits." "You're stalling again," said Mr. Pemberton. "What sort of plays are they?" "Metaphysical," I said, fouling slightly with a big word and waiting quietly for the effect. "Metaphysical," said Mr. Pemberton. "You mean metaphysical?" I paused a moment, and since Mr. Pemberton said nothing, went right on spouting such titles as The Green Pastures, The Star Wagon, Father Malachi's Miracle, etc. Some of these, I added, reached the public over the heads of the critics. But Mr. Pemberton had departed to ask, probably in every theater in town, "Is there a metaphysician in the house?" People are beginning to realize the power of their words and thoughts. They understand why faith is the substance of the thing hoped for, the evidence of things not seen. We see the law of expectancy working out through superstition. If you walk under a ladder and expect it to give you bad luck, it will give you bad luck. The ladder is quite innocent. Bad luck came because you expected it. We might say expectancy is the substance of the things hoped for, or expectancy is the substance of the thing man fears. The thing I expected has come upon me. Nothing is too good to be true. Nothing is too wonderful to happen. Nothing is too good to last when you look to God for your good. Now think of the blessings which seem so far off, and begin to expect them now, under grace, in an unexpected way. For God works in unexpected ways, His wonders to perform. I was told that there are 3,000 promises in the Bible. Let us now expect all these blessings to come to pass. Among them, we are promised riches and honor, eternal youth. Your flesh shall become as a little child's, and eternal life. Death itself shall be overcome. Christianity is founded upon the forgiveness of sins and an empty tomb. We now know that all these things are scientifically possible. As we call on the law of forgiveness, we become free from mistakes and the consequences of mistakes. Though your sins be as scarlet, ye shall be washed whiter than wool. Then our bodies will be bathed in light and express the body electric, which is incorruptible and indestructible, pure substance expressing perfection. I expect the unexpected. My glorious good now comes to pass. Chapter 5, The Long Arm of God. The eternal God is thy refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 27. In the Bible, the arm of God always symbolizes protection. The writers of the Bible knew the power of a symbol. It brings a picture which impresses the subconscious mind. They use the symbols of the rock, sheep, shepherds, vineyard, lamp, and hundreds of others. It would be interesting to know how many symbols are used in the Bible. The arm also symbolizes strength. The eternal God is thy refuge, and underneath are the everlasting arms. And he shall thrust out the enemy from before thee, and shall say, Destroy them. Who is the enemy before thee? The negative thought forms which you have built up in your subconscious mind. A man's enemies are only those of his own household. The everlasting arms thrust out these enemy thoughts and destroy them. Have you ever felt the relief of getting out some negative thought form? Perhaps you have built up a thought form of resentment until you are always boiling with anger about something. You resent people you know, people you don't know, people in the past and people in the present, and you may be sure that the people in the future won't escape your wrath. All the organs of the body are affected by resentment, for when you resent with every organ of the body. You pay the penalty with rheumatism, arthritis, neuritis, etc., for acid thoughts produce acid in the blood. All this trouble comes because you are fighting the battle, not leaving it to the long arm of God. I have given the following statement to many of my students. The long arm of God reaches out over people and conditions, controlling this situation and protecting my interests. This brings a picture of a long arm, symbolizing strength and protection. With the realization of the power of the long arm of God, you would no longer resist or resent. You would relax and let go. The enemy thoughts within you would be destroyed. Therefore, the adverse conditions would disappear. Spiritual development means the ability to stand still or stand aside and let infinite intelligence lift your burdens and fight your battles. When the burden of resentment is lifted, you experience a sense of relief. You have a kindly feeling for everyone, and all the organs of your body begin to function properly. A clipping quoting Albert Edward Day, D.D., reads, "That loving our enemies is good for our spiritual health is widely known and accepted, but that negation and poisonous emotions destroy physical health is a relatively new discovery. The problem of health is often an emotional one. Wrong emotions entertained and repeated are potent causes of illness. When the preacher talks about loving your enemies, the man on the street is apt to dismiss the idea as unendurable and pious. But the fact is, the preacher is telling you something which is one of the first laws of hygiene as well as ethics. No man, even for his body's sake, can afford to indulge in hatred. It is like repeated doses of poison. When you are urged to get rid of fear, you are not listening to a moonstruck idealist. Rather, you are hearing counsel that is as significant for health as advice about diet. We hear so much about a balanced diet, but without a balanced mind, you can't digest what you eat, calories or no calories. Non-resistance is an art. When acquired, The world is yours. So many people are trying to force situations. Your lasting good will never come through forcing personal will. Flee from the things which flee from thee. Seek nothing. Fortune seeketh thee. Behold his shadow on the floor. Behold him standing at the door. I do not know the author of these lines. Lovelock, the celebrated English athlete, was asked how to attain his speed and endurance in running. He replied, "Learn to relax. Let us attain this rest in action." He was most relaxed when running the fastest. Your big opportunity and big success usually slide in when you least expect it. You have to let go long enough for the great law of attraction to operate. You never saw a worried and anxious magnet. It stands up straight and hasn't a care in the world because it knows the needles can't help jumping to it. The things we rightly desire come to pass when we have taken the clutch off. I say in my correspondence course, do not let your heart's desire become a heart's disease. You are completely demagnetized when you desire something too intensely. You worry, fear, and agonize. There is an occult law of indifference. None of these things move me. Your ships come in over a don't care sea. Many people, in truth, antagonize friends because they are too anxious for them to read the books and go to the lectures. They meet opposition. A friend took my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It, to her brother's house to read. The young men of the family refused to read it. No nut stuff for them. One of these young men drives a taxi cab. One night he drove a taxi which belonged to another man. In going over the car, he found a book stuffed away somewhere. It was The Game of Life and How to Play It. The next day, he said to his aunt, "I found Mrs. Shin's book in the taxi last night. I read it, and it's great. There's a lot of good reading in it. Why doesn't she write another book?" God works in roundabout ways his wonders to perform. I meet unhappy people and a few grateful and contented people. A man said to me one day, "I have a great deal to be thankful for. I have good health, enough money, and I'm still single." The 89th Psalm is very interesting, for we find that two individuals take part. The man who sings the psalm, for all psalms are songs or poems, and the Lord God of hosts answers him. It is a song of praise and thanksgiving, extolling the strong arm of God. I will sing of the mercies of the Lord forever. O Lord God of hosts, who is a strong Lord like unto thee? Thou hast a mighty arm, strong is thy hand, and high is thy right hand. Then the Lord of hosts replies, "With whom my hand shall be established, mine arm also shall strengthen him. My mercy will I keep for him forevermore, and my covenant shall stand fast with him." We only hear the words forevermore in the Bible and in fairy tales. In the absolute, man is outside of time and space. His good is from everlasting to everlasting. The fairy tales came down from the old Persian legends which were founded upon truth. Aladdin and his wonderful lamp is the outpicturing of the word. Aladdin rubbed the lamp and all his desires came to pass. Your word is your lamp. Words and thoughts are a form of radioactivity and do not return void. A scientist has said that words are clothed in light. You are continually reaping the fruits of your words. A friend in one of my meetings said that she had brought a man to my class who had been out of work for a year or more. I gave the statement, "Now is the appointed time. Today is the day of my amazing good fortune." It clicked in his consciousness. Soon after, he was given a position which paid him $9,000 a year. A woman told me that when I blessed the offering, I said that each offering would return 1,000-fold. She had put $1 in the collection. She said with great realization, that dollar is blessed and returns $1,000. She received $1,000 a short time afterwards in a most unexpected way. Why do some people demonstrate this truth so much more quickly than others? It is because they have the ears that hear. Jesus Christ tells the parable of the man who sowed the seed and it fell upon good ground. The seed is the word. I say, listen for the statement that clicks, the statement that gives you realization. That statement will bear fruit. The other day, I went into a shop where I know the employer quite well. I had given one of his employees an affirmation card. I said to him jokingly, "I wouldn't waste an affirmation card on you. You wouldn't use it." He replied, "Oh, sure, give me one, I'll use it." The following week, I gave him a card. Before I left, he rushed up to me excitedly and said, "I made that statement and 2 new customers walked in. It was, 'Now is the appointed time. Today is the day of my amazing good fortune.'" It had clicked. So many people use their words in exaggerated and reckless statements. I find a great deal of material for my talks in the beauty parlor. A young girl wanted a magazine to read. She called to the operator, "Give me something terribly new and frightfully exciting." All she wanted was the latest moving picture magazine. You hear people say, "I wish something terribly exciting would happen." They are inviting some unhappy but exciting experience into their lives. Then they wonder why it happened to them. There should be a chair of metaphysics in all colleges. Metaphysics is the wisdom of the ages. It is the ancient wisdom taught all through the centuries in India and Egypt and Greece. Hermes Trismegistus was a great teacher of Egypt. His teachings were closely guarded and have come down to us over 10 centuries. He lived in Egypt in the days when the present race of men was in its infancy. But if you read the Kabbalion carefully, you will find that he taught just what we are teaching today. He said that all mental states were accompanied by vibrations. You combine with what you vibrate to. So let us all now vibrate to success, happiness, and abundance. Now is the appointed time. Today is the day of my amazing good fortune. Chapter 6, The Fork in the Road. Choose this day whom ye will serve. Joshua, chapter 24, verse 15. Every day there is a necessity of choice, a fork in the road. Shall I do this or shall I do that? Shall I go or shall I stay? Many people do not know what to do. They rush about letting other people make decisions for them, then regret having taken their advice. There are others who carefully reason things out. They weigh and measure the situation like dealing in groceries and are surprised when they fail to attain their goal. There are still other people who follow the magic path of intuition and find themselves in their promised land in the twinkling of an eye. Intuition is a spiritual faculty high above the reasoning mind, but on that path is all that you desire or require. In my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It, I give many examples of success attained through using this marvelous faculty. I say also that prayer is telephoning to God and intuition is God telephoning to you, correspondence course. So choose ye this day to follow the magic path of intuition. In my question and answer classes, I tell you how to cultivate intuition. In most people, it is a faculty which has remained dormant. So we say, "Awake, thou that sleepeth. Wake up to your leads and hunches. Wake up to the divinity within." Claude Bragdon said, "To live intuitively is to live fourth dimensionally." Now it is necessary for you to make a decision. You face a fork in the road. Ask for a definite, unmistakable lead, and you will receive it. We find many events to interpret metaphysically in the book of Joshua.
Order filled.
After the death of Moses, the divine command came to Joshua. "Now therefore arise, go over the Jordan, thou and all thy people, unto the land which I do give to them. Every place the sole of your feet shall tread upon, to you have I given it." The feet are the symbol of understanding, so it means metaphysically all that we understand stands under us in consciousness, and what is rooted there can never be taken from us. For the Bible goes on to say, "There shall not any man be able to stand before thee all the days of thy life. I will not fail thee, nor forsake thee. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to all the law, which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. So we find we have success through being strong
Order-filled.
and very courageous in following
Order-filled.
spiritual law. We are back again to the fork in the road, the necessity of choice.
Order filled.
Choose you this day whom ye will serve, the intellect or divine guidance. A well-known man who has become a great power in the
Order
financial
filled.
world said
Order
to a
filled.
friend,
Order
I always
filled.
follow intuition, and I am luck incarnate. Inspiration, which is divine guidance, is the most important thing in life. People come to truth meetings for inspiration. I find the right word will start divine activity operating in their affairs. A woman came to me with a complication of affairs. I said to her, let God juggle the situation. It clicked. She took the affirmation. I now let God juggle this situation. Almost immediately, she rented a house, which had been vacant for a long time. Let God juggle every situation, for when you try to juggle the situation, you drop all the balls. In my question and answer classes, I would be asked, how do you let God juggle a situation? And what do you mean when you say, I should not juggle it? You juggle with the intellect. The intellect would say, times are hard, no activity in real estate, don't expect anything until the fall of 1958. With spiritual law, there is only the now. Before you call, you are answered, for time and space are but a
Order
dream.
filled.
And your blessing is there waiting for you to release it by faith and the word. Choose you this day whom ye will serve, fear or faith. In every act prompted by fear lies the germ of its own defeat. It takes much strength and courage to trust God. We often trust Him in little things, but when it comes to a big situation, we feel we had better attend to it ourselves. Then comes defeat and failure. The following extract from a letter which I received from a woman in the West shows how conditions can change in the twinkling of an eye. I've had the pleasure of reading your wonderful book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. I have 4 boys, 10, 13, 15, and 17, and thought how wonderful for them to grasp it in their early life and be able to get things which are theirs by divine right. The lady who let me read her copy gave me other things to read, but it seemed when I picked this book up, it was magnetic, and I could not let go of it. After reading it, I realized I was trying to live divinely but did not understand the law, or I would have been much further advanced. At first, I thought it quite hard to find a place in the business world after so many years of being a mother, but I got this statement: God makes a way where there is no way, and He did that very thing for me. I am grateful for my position and smile when people say, how do you do it? Manage 4 growing boys, a home, after all the times you have been hospitalized with such major operations and none of your relatives near you? I have that statement in my book, God makes a way where there is no way. God made a way for her in business when all her friends said it couldn't be done. The average person will tell you almost anything can't be done. I had an example of this the other day. In a shop, I found a delightful little silver drippolator which would make just 1 cup of anything. I showed it to some friends with enthusiasm, thinking it so very cute, and one said, it will never work. The other said, if it belonged to me, I'd throw it away. I stood up for the little drippolator and said I knew it would work, which it did. My friends were simply typical of the average person who says it can't be done. All big ideas meet with opposition. Do not let other people rock your boat. Follow the path of wisdom and understanding, and turn not from it to the right hand or to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. In the 13th verse of the 24th chapter of Joshua, we read a remarkable statement. And I have given you a land for which ye did not labor, and cities which ye built not, and ye dwell in them. Of the vineyards and olive yards which ye planted not, do ye eat. This shows that man cannot earn anything. His blessings come as gifts. Gifts lest any man shall boast. With the realization of wealth, we receive the gift of wealth. With the realization of success, we receive the gift of success. For success and abundance are states of mind. For it is the Lord our God, He it is that brought us up and our fathers out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage. The land of Egypt stands for darkness, the house of bondage where man is a slave to his doubts and fears and beliefs in lack and limitation, the result of having followed the wrong fork in the road. Misfortune is due to failure to stick to the things which Spirit has revealed through intuition. All big things have been accomplished by men who stuck to their big ideas. Henry Ford was past middle age when the idea of the Ford car came to him. He had great difficulty in raising the money. His friends thought it was a crazy idea. His father said to him tearfully, "Henry, why do you give up a good $25 a week job in order to chase a crazy idea?" But no one could rock Henry Ford's boat. So in order to come out of the land of Egypt, out of the house of bondage, we must make the right decisions. Follow the right fork in the road. Only be thou strong and very courageous, that thou mayest observe to do according to the law which Moses my servant commanded thee. Turn not from it to the right hand nor to the left, that thou mayest prosper whithersoever thou goest. So, as we reach the fork in the road today, let us fearlessly follow the voice of intuition. The Bible calls it the still small voice. There came a voice behind me saying, "This is the way, walk ye in it." On this path is the good already prepared for you. You will find the land for which ye did not labor, and cities which ye built not, and ye dwell in them. Of the vineyards and olive yards which ye planted not, do ye eat. I am divinely led. I follow the right fork in the road. God makes a way where there is no way. Chapter 7, Crossing Your Red Sea. Speak unto the children of Israel that they go forward. Exodus chapter 14, verse 15. One of the most dramatic stories in the Bible is the episode of the children of Israel crossing the Red Sea. Moses was leading them out of the land of Egypt, where they were kept in bondage and slavery. They were being pursued by the Egyptians. The children of Israel, like most people, did not enjoy trusting God. They did a lot of murmuring. They said to Moses, "Is not this the word that we did tell thee in Egypt, saying, 'Let us alone, that we may serve the Egyptians'? For it had been better for us to serve the Egyptians than that we should die in the wilderness." And Moses said unto the people, "Fear ye not, stand still, and see the salvation of the Lord, which he will show to you today. For the Egyptians whom ye have seen today, ye shall see them again no more forever. The Lord shall fight for you, and ye shall hold your peace." We might say that Moses pounded faith into the children of Israel. They preferred being slaves to their old doubts and fears than to take the giant swing into faith and pass through the wilderness to their promised land. There is indeed a wilderness to pass through before your promised land is reached. The old doubts and fears encamp round about you, but there is always someone to tell you to go forward. There is always a Moses on your pathway. Sometimes it is a friend, sometimes intuition. And the Lord said to Moses, "Wherefore criest thou unto me? Speak unto the children of Israel that they go forward. But lift thou up thy rod, and stretch out thine hand over the sea, and divide it. And the children of Israel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea." And Moses stretched out his hand over the sea, and the Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. And the children of Israel went into the midst of the sea upon the dry ground, and the waters were a wall unto them on their right hand and on their left. And the Egyptians pursued, and went in after them to the midst of the sea, even all Pharaoh's horses, his chariots, and his horsemen. And the Lord said unto Moses, "Stretch out thine hand over the sea, that the waters may come again upon the Egyptians, upon their chariots, and upon their horsemen." And Moses stretched forth his hand over the sea, and the sea returned, and the Egyptians fled against it, and the Lord overthrew the Egyptians in the midst of the sea. And the waters returned and covered the chariots and the horsemen and all the hosts of Pharaoh that came into the sea after them. There remained not so much as one of them. Now remember, the Bible is talking about the individual. It is talking about your wilderness, your Red Sea, and your promised land. Each one of you has a promised land, a heart's desire, but you have been so enslaved by the Egyptians, your negative thoughts, it seems very far away and too good to be true. You consider trusting God a very risky proposition. The wilderness might prove worse than the Egyptians. And how do you know your promised land really exists? The reasoning mind will always back up the Egyptians. But sooner or later, something says, go forward. It is usually circumstances. You are driven to it. I give the example of a student. She is a very marvelous pianist and had great success abroad. She came back with a book full of press clippings and a happy heart. A relative took an interest in her and said she would back her financially for a concert tour. They chose a manager who took charge of the expenses and attended to her bookings. After a concert or two, there were no more funds. The manager had taken them. My friend was left stranded, desolate, and disappointed. This was about the time that she came to me. She hated the man, and it was making her ill. She had very little money and could afford only a cheerless room where her hands were often too cold to practice. She was indeed in bondage to the Egyptians: hate, resentment, lack, and limitation. Someone brought her to one of my meetings, and she spoke to me and told her story. I said, in the first place, you must stop hating that man. When you are able to forgive him, your success will come back to you. You are taking your initiation in forgiveness. It seemed a pretty big order, but she tried and came regularly to all my meetings. In the meantime, the relative had started a suit to recover the money. Time went on, and it never came to court. My friend had a call to go to California. She was no longer disturbed by the situation and had forgiven the man. Suddenly, after about 4 years, she was notified that the case had come to court. She called me upon her arrival in New York and asked me to speak the word for rightness and justice. They went at the time appointed, and it was all settled out of court, the man restoring the money by monthly payments. She came to me overflowing with joy, for she said, I hadn't the least resentment toward the man. He was amazed when I greeted him cordially. Her relative said that all the money was to go to her, so she found herself with a big bank account. Now she will soon reach her promised land. She came out of the house of bondage, of hate and resentment, and crossed her Red Sea. Her goodwill toward the man caused the waters to part, and she crossed over on dry land. Dry land symbolizes something substantial under your feet, the feet symbolizing understanding. Moses stands out as one of the greatest figures in biblical history. It came to Moses to move from Egypt with his nation. The task before him was not only the unwillingness of Pharaoh to let go of those whom he had made into profitable slaves, but also to stimulate to open rebellion this nation which had lost its initiative under the hardships of its taskmasters. It required extraordinary genius to meet this condition, which Moses possessed with self-abnegation and the courage of his own convictions. Self-abnegation. He was called the meekest of men. We have often heard the expression, as meek as Moses. He was so meek towards the commands of the Lord that he became one of the strongest of men. The Lord said to Moses, Lift thou up thy rod, and stretch out thine hand over the sea, and divide it, and the children of Israel shall go on dry ground through the midst of the sea. So never doubting, he said to the children of Israel, Go forward. This was a daring thing to do, to lead a multitude of people into the sea, having perfect faith they would not drown. Behold the miracle. The Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind all that night, and made the sea dry land, and the waters were divided. Now remember, this could happen for you this very day. Think of your problem. Maybe you have lost your initiative from living so long a slave to Pharaoh, your doubts, fears, and discouragements. Say to yourself, go forward. The Lord caused the sea to go back by a strong east wind. We will think of this strong east wind as a strong affirmation. Take a vital statement of truth. For example, if your problem is a financial one, say, my supply comes from God, and big, happy financial surprises now come to me under grace in perfect ways. The statement is a good one, for it contains the element of mystery. We are told that God works in mysterious ways, his wonders to perform. We might say in surprising ways. Now that you have made your statement for supply, you have caused the east wind to blow. So walk up to your Red Sea of lack or limitation. The way to walk up to your Red Sea is to do something to show your fearlessness. I will tell the story of a student who had an invitation to visit friends at a very fashionable summer resort.
Hey.
She had been living in the country
Hey.
for a long time,
Hey.
grown heavier, and nothing
Hey.
fitted her but her Girl Scout suit. Suddenly, she received the invitation. It meant evening clothes, slippers, and accessories, none of which she had, and no money to buy them. She came to me. I said, "What is your hunch?" She replied, "I feel very fearless. I have the hunch to go anyway." So she squeezed herself into something to travel in and went. When she arrived at her friend's house, she was greeted warmly, but her hostess said, with some embarrassment, "Maybe what I've done will hurt you, but there are some evening clothes and slippers I never wear which I have put in your room. Won't you make use of them?" My friend assured her she would be delighted, and everything fitted perfectly. She had indeed walked up to her Red Sea and passed over on dry land. The waters of my Red Sea part, and I pass over on dry land. I now go forward into my promised land. Chapter 8, The Watchman at the Gate. Also I set watchmen over you, saying, hearken to the sound of the trumpet. Jeremiah chapter 6, verse 17. We must all have a watchman at the gate of our thoughts. The watchman at the gate is the superconscious mind. We have the power to choose our thoughts. Since we have lived in the race thought for thousands of years, it seems almost impossible to control them. They rush through our minds like stampeding cattle or sheep. But a single sheepdog can control the frightened sheep and guide them into the sheep pen. I saw a picture in the newsreels of a sheepdog controlling the sheep. He had rounded up all but 3. These 3 resisted and resented. They baaed and lifted their front feet in protest, but the dog simply sat down in front and never took his eyes off them. He did not bark or threaten, he just sat and looked his determination. In a little while, the sheep tossed their heads and went in the pen. We can learn to control our thoughts in the same way by gentle determination, not force. We take an affirmation and repeat it continually while our thoughts are on the rampage. We cannot always control our thoughts, but we can control our words. And repetition impresses the subconscious, and we are then master of the situation. In the 6th chapter of Jeremiah, we read, I set a watchman over you, saying, hearken to the sound of the trumpet. Your success and happiness in life depend upon the watchman at the gate of your thoughts, for your thoughts, sooner or later, crystallize on the external. People think by running away from a negative situation, they will be rid of it. But the same situation confronts them wherever they go. They will meet the same experiences until they have learned their lessons. This idea is brought out in the moving picture, The Wizard of Oz. The little girl, Dorothy, is very unhappy because the mean woman in the village wants to take away her dog, Toto. She goes in despair to confide in her Aunt Em and Uncle Henry, but they are too busy to listen and tell her to run along. She says to Toto, there is somewhere a wonderful place high above the skies where everybody is happy and no one is mean. How she would love to be there. A Kansas cyclone suddenly comes along, and she and Toto are lifted up high in the sky and land in the country of Oz. Everything seems very delightful at first, But soon she has the same old experiences. The mean old woman of the village has turned into a terrible witch and is still trying to get Toto from her. How she wishes she were back in Kansas. She is told to find the Wizard of Oz. He is all-powerful and will grant her request. She starts off to find his palace in the Emerald City. On the way, she meets a scarecrow. He is so unhappy because he hasn't a brain. She meets a man made of tin who is so unhappy because he hasn't a heart. Then she meets a lion who is so unhappy because he has no courage. She cheers them up by saying, "We'll all go to the Wizard of Oz and he'll give us what we want. The scarecrow a brain, the tin man a heart, and the lion courage." They encounter terrible experiences, for the bad witch is determined to capture Dorothy and take away Toto and the ruby slippers which protect her. At last, they reach the Emerald Palace of the Wizard of Oz. They ask for an audience, but are told no one has ever seen the Wizard of Oz, who lives mysteriously in the palace. But through the influence of the Good Witch of the North, they enter the palace. There they discover that the wizard is just a fake magician from Dorothy's hometown in Kansas. They are all in despair because their wishes cannot be granted. But then, the Good Witch shows them that their wishes are already granted. The Scarecrow has developed a brain by having to decide what to do in the experiences he has encountered. The Tin Man finds he has a heart because he loves Dorothy. And the lion has become courageous because he had to show courage in his many adventures. The Good Witch from the North says to Dorothy, "What have you learned from your experiences?" And Dorothy replies, "I have learned that my heart's desire is in my own home and in my own front yard." So the Good Witch waves her wand and Dorothy is at home again. She wakes up and finds that the Scarecrow, the Tin Man, and the lion are the men who work on her uncle's farm. They are so glad to have her back. This story teaches that if you run away, your problems will run after you. Be undisturbed by a situation and it will fall away of its own weight. There is an occult law of indifference. None of these things moves me. None of these things disturbs me, we might say in modern language. When you can no longer be disturbed, all disturbance will disappear from the external. When your eyes have seen your teachers disappear. I set watchmen over you, saying, "Hearken to the sound of the trumpet." A trumpet is a musical instrument used in olden times to draw people's attention to something, to victory, to order. You will form the habit of giving attention to every thought and word when you realize their importance. The imagination, the scissors of the mind, is constantly cutting out the events to come into your life. Many people are cutting out fear pictures, seeing things which are not divinely planned. With the single eye, man sees only the truth. He sees through evil, knowing that out of it comes good. He transmutes injustice into justice and disarms his seeming enemy by sending goodwill. We read in mythology of the Cyclops, a race of giants said to have inhabited Sicily. These giants had only one eye in the middle of the forehead. The seat of the imagining faculty is situated in the forehead between the eyes, so these fabled giants came from this idea. You are indeed a giant when you have a single eye. Then every thought will be a constructive thought, and every word a word of power. Let the third eye be the watchman at the gate. If therefore thine eye be single, thy whole body is full of light. With the single eye, your body will be transformed into your spiritual body, the body electric, made in God's likeness and image, imagination. By seeing clearly the perfect plan, we could redeem the world, with our inner eyes seeing a world of peace and plenty and goodwill. Judge not by appearances, judge righteous judgment. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore. The occult law of indifference means that you are undisturbed by adverse appearances. You hold steadily to the constructive thought which wins out. Spiritual law transcends the law of karma. This is the attitude of mind which must be held by the healer or practitioner towards his patient. Indifferent to appearances of lack, loss, or sickness, he brings about the change in mind, body, and affairs. Let me quote from the 31st chapter of Jeremiah. The keynote is one of rejoicing. It gives a picture of the individual freed from negative thinking. For there shall be a day that the watchman upon the Mount Ephraim shall cry, Arise ye, and let us go up to Zion unto the Lord our God. The watchman at the gate neither slumbers nor sleeps. It is the eye which watches over Israel. But the individual living in a world of negative thought is not conscious of this inner eye. He may occasionally have flashes of intuition or illumination, then falls back into a world of chaos. It takes determination and eternal vigilance to check up on words and thoughts. Thoughts of fear, failure, resentment, and ill will must be dissolved and dissipated. Take the statement, every plant my Father in heaven has not planted shall be rooted up. This gives you a vivid picture of rooting up weeds in a garden. They are thrown aside and dry up because they are without soil to nourish them. You nourish negative thoughts by giving them your attention. Use the occult law of indifference and refuse to be interested. Soon you will starve out the army of the aliens. Divine ideas will crowd your consciousness. False ideas fade away, and you will desire only that which God desires through you. The Chinese have a proverb, the philosopher leaves the cut of his coat to the tailor. So leave the plan of your life to the divine designer, and you will find all conditions permanently perfect. The ground I am on is holy ground. I now expand rapidly into the divine plan of my life, where all conditions are permanently perfect. Chapter 9, The Way of Abundance. Then shalt thou lay up gold as dust. Job chapter 22, verse 24. The way of abundance is a one-way street. As the old saying is, there are no two ways about it. You are either heading for lack or heading for abundance. The man with a rich consciousness and the man with a poor consciousness are not walking on the same mental street. There is a lavish supply divinely planned for each individual. The rich man is tapping it, for rich thoughts produce rich surroundings. Change your thoughts, and in the twinkling of an eye, all your conditions change. Your world is a world of crystallized ideas, crystallized words. Sooner or later, you reap the fruits of your words and thoughts. Words are bodies or forces which move spirally and return in due season to cross the lives of their creators. People who are always talking lack and limitation reap lack and limitation. You cannot enter the kingdom of abundance bemoaning your lot. I know a woman who had always been limited in her ideas of prosperity. She was continually making her old clothes do instead of buying new clothes. She was very careful of what money she had and was always advising her husband not to spend so much. She said repeatedly, I don't want anything I can't afford. She couldn't afford much, so she didn't have much. Suddenly, her whole world cracked up. Her husband left her, weary of her nagging and limited thoughts. She was in despair when one day she came across a book on metaphysics. It explained the power of thought and words. She realized that she had invited every unhappy experience by wrong thinking. She laughed heartily at her mistakes and decided to profit by them. She determined to prove the law of abundance. She used what money she had fearlessly to show her faith in her invisible supply. She relied upon God as the source of her prosperity. She no longer voiced lack and limitation. She kept herself feeling and looking prosperous. Her old friends scarcely recognized her. She had swung into the way of abundance. More money came to her than she had ever had before. Unheard of doors opened. Amazing channels were freed. She became very successful in a work she had no training for. She found herself on miracle ground. What had happened? She had changed the quality of her words and thoughts. She had taken God into her confidence and into all of her affairs. She had many 11th-hour demonstrations, but her supply always came, for she dug her ditches and gave thanks without wavering. Someone called me up recently and said, I am looking desperately for a position. I replied, don't look desperately for it. Look for it with praise and thanksgiving. For Jesus Christ, the greatest of metaphysicians, said to pray with praise and thanksgiving. Praise and thanksgiving open the gates, for expectancy always wins. Of course, the law is impersonal, and a dishonest person with rich thoughts will attract riches. But a thing ill-got has ever bad success. As Shakespeare says, it will be of short duration and will not bring happiness. We have only to read the papers to see that the way of the transgressor is hard. That is the reason it is so necessary to make your demands a right on the universal supply and ask for what is yours by divine right and under grace in a perfect way. Some people attract prosperity but cannot hold it. Sometimes their heads are turned. Sometimes they lose it through fear and worry. A friend in one of my question and answer classes told this story. Some people in his hometown, who had always been poor, suddenly struck oil in their backyard. It brought great riches. The father joined the country club and went in for golf. He was no longer young. The exercise was too much for him, and he dropped dead on the links. This filled the whole family with fear. They all decided they might have heart trouble, so they are now in bed with trained nurses watching every heartbeat. In the race thought, people must worry about something. They no longer worried about money, so they shifted their worries to health. The old idea was that you can't have everything. If you got one thing, you'd lose another. People were always saying, your luck won't last, it's too good to be true. Jesus Christ said, in the world thought, there is tribulation, but be of good cheer. I have overcome the world, thought. In the superconscious, or Christ within, there is a lavish supply for every demand, and your good is perfect and permanent. If thou return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up in consciousness. Thou shalt put away iniquity far from thy tabernacles. Then shalt thou lay up gold as dust, the gold of Ophir as the stones of the brooks. Yea, the Almighty shall be thy defense, and thou shalt have plenty of silver. What a picture of opulence, the result of returning to the Almighty in consciousness. With the average person who has thought in terms of lack for a long time, it is very difficult to build up a rich consciousness. I have a student who has attracted great success by making the statement, I am the daughter of the king. My rich father now pours out his abundance upon me. I am the daughter of the king. Everything makes way for me. Many people put up with limited conditions because they are too lazy, mentally, to think themselves out of them. You must have a great desire for financial freedom. You must feel yourself rich. You must see yourself rich. You must continually prepare for riches. Become as a little child and make believe you are rich. You are then impressing the subconscious with expectancy. The imagination is man's workshop, the scissors of the mind, where he is constantly cutting out the events of his life. The superconscious is the realm of inspiration, revelation, illumination, and intuition. Intuition is usually known as a hunch. I do not apologize for the word hunch anymore. It is now in Webster's latest dictionary. I had a hunch to look up hunch, and there it was. The superconscious is the realm of perfect ideas. The great genius captures his thoughts from the superconscious. Without the vision, imagination, my people perish. When people have lost the power to image their good, they perish or go under. It is interesting to compare the translation of the French and English Bibles. In the 21st verse of the 22nd chapter of Job, we read, Acquaint now thyself with him, and be at peace. Thereby good shall come unto thee. In the French Bible, we read, Attach thyself to God, and you will have peace. Thou shalt thus enjoy happiness. The 23rd verse, If thou return to the Almighty, thou shalt be built up. Thou shalt put away iniquity far from thy tabernacles. In the French translation, we read, Thou shalt be reestablished if thou returnest to the Almighty, putting iniquity far off from your dwellings. In the 24th verse, we read a new and amazing translation. The English Bible reads, "Then shalt thou lay up gold as dust, and the gold of Ophir has the stones of the brooks." The French Bible says, "Throw gold into the dust, the gold of Ophir amongst the pebbles of the torrents, and the Almighty shall be thy gold, thy silver, thy riches." This means if people are depending entirely on their visible supply, it is even better to throw it away and trust absolutely to the Almighty for gold, silver, and riches. I give an example in the story told me by a friend. A priest went to visit a nunnery in France where they fed many children. One of the nuns, in despair, told the priest they had no food. The children must go hungry. She said that they had but one piece of silver, about the value of $0.25. They needed food and clothing. The priest said, "Give me the coin." She handed it to him, and he threw it out the window. "Now," he said, "rely entirely upon God." Within a short time, friends arrived with plenty of food and gifts of money. This does not mean to throw away what money you have, but don't depend upon it. Depend upon your invisible supply, the bank of the imagination. Let us now attach ourselves to God and have peace, for he shall be our gold, our silver, and our riches. The inspiration of the Almighty shall be my defense, and I shall have plenty of silver. Chapter 10, I shall never want. The Lord is my shepherd, I shall not want. Psalms chapter 23, verse 1. The 23rd Psalm is the best known of all the Psalms. We might say that it is the keynote to the message of the Bible. It tells man he shall never want when he has the realization or conviction that the Lord is his shepherd, the realization that infinite intelligence supplies every need. If you get this conviction today, every need will be met now and forevermore. You will draw instantly from the abundance of the spheres whatever you desire or require, for what you need is already on your pathway. A woman suddenly had the realization, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall never want." She seemed to be touching her invisible supply. She felt outside of time and space. She no longer relied on the external. Her first demonstration was a small but necessary one. She needed at once some large paper clips, but had no time to go to a stationer's to buy them. In looking for something else, she opened a little used chest, and in it she found about a dozen large paper clips. She felt that the law was working and gave thanks. Then some needed money appeared. Things large and small came her way. Since then, she has relied upon the statement, "The Lord is my shepherd, I shall never want." We used to hear people say, "I do not think it is right to ask God for money or things." They did not realize that this creative principle is within each man, the Father within. True spirituality is proving God is your supply daily, not just once in a while. Jesus Christ knew this law, for whatever he desired or required appeared immediately on his pathway. The loaves and fishes and money from the fish's mouth. With this realization, all hoarding and saving would disappear. This does not mean that you should not have a big bank account and investments, but it does mean that you should not depend upon them, for if you had a loss in one direction, you would have a gain in another. Always, your barns would be full and your cup flow over. Now, how does one make this contact with his invisible supply? By taking a statement of truth which clicks and gives him realization. This is not open to a chosen few. Whosoever calleth on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. The Lord is your shepherd and my shepherd and everybody's shepherd. God is the supreme intelligence devoted to supplying man's needs.
You might see that more.
The explanation
you might see
is
me bring
that
on
man
other
is
CEOs
God in action.
from other firms.
Jesus Christ said, "I and the Father
call
are one."
competition, but I just think they're all
We
different
might
camps.
paraphrase this
If you wanna
statement
train
and
at 'em
say,
get funded
"I
by,
and the great
compete in the
creative
marketplace.
principle of the universe
So
are
that's kind
one
of the
and
exciting
same."
part about the evolution
Man
of space,
only
in my
lacks
opinion.
when he
Is that, and then showcasing the big board folks, saying these are the guys that are seeing the market well, very well. Right here, two Dre's will be there. I'm a scalper. This is BS
Is
in there that we invite come in here. You're gonna have the desk right there, the ESPN desk looking thing. Probably won't have 8. Maybe I think it's gonna have 4. Maybe it might have 6, or maybe it's the same. I don't know. But it's gonna be like ESPN studio. Think Kramer studio or whatever. Bye, and all this. You'll have all that back there, and then Johnny can get up and be like, "Hey, let's go talk to our traders." We follow him all the way to the pit. There'll be cameras everywhere. Follow him to the pit. You'll see whoever's in there. Maybe Andre's sitting up in the pit reporter booth, looking down at them, and they're looking up while they're trading, having a conversation there. Cameras up from all angles. Everybody had a great trading day, or people got smoked. Bar right there, top left. And
Series.
And this
series. You got the pit. You got series.
And then we took CBOT and we miniaturized it, put it right here, and we're gonna camera it out, mic it out, and it's gonna be something we invite you guys to come trade with us, and then you'll be a part of the show. So that's really what we're trying to do. Is you guys are the spotlight. When I say you guys, everybody who trades in Top Step is the whole reason why we created Top Step TV, is so we can put a spotlight on you. Now we're going to have a place for you to come in, also a place for you to stay when you come in. Top Step First Office Penthouse in Old Town, which is getting redone as well
Order filled.
to accommodate this, and it's been donated to Top Step, so pretty much to use for this whole climb in, house them, let them see Chicago, follow them on their way down to the office, and then film the Top Step TV show from bell to bell with the traders that we invited. I think it's going to be really cool. And kind of see that with a lot of these other companies that are popping up TV. Yeah. There's other people popping up TV networks or whatever. We're the first one to do it. And that's kind of when we moved away from like affiliates. We're not working with affiliates because we're going to work with our best trader. Why are we working with an affiliate? We're just going to hawk whoever pays them the most. No disrespect on that, guys. There's no disrespect on that. But then the times change, and so should affiliates, and so should Top Step, and so should the industry. We're seeing that right now because people are now, who's the best trader? Other people are inviting some of our best traders to their studio. You might see that more. You might see me bring on other CEOs from other firms that you could call competition, but I just think they're all different camps. And what camp you want to train out of and get funded by and go compete in the markets with. So that's kind of the exciting part about the evolution of the space, in my opinion, is that, and then showcasing the big board folks, saying these are the guys that are seeing the market very well, right here, right now. Because you can see the market well right now, then 3-4 months from now, like shit the bed and like I can't trade my way out of a paper bag. That happens. But some of the people that stay on the big board, very interesting people that you should be listening to. These are the ones that you should be listening to, in my opinion. That's what we're trying to do.
Can you dig it? Can you dig it?
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Daughter shows up. Cringe. Daughter shows up. And he. Daughter shows up. Cringe. Daughter shows up. Daughter shows up. Cringe. Everybody pictures in their head.
day, you know, staying with the process. Missed a lot of bit of it, but I didn't need all of it. I'm gonna keep the course. Mission complete. Reset.
Order filled. 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 Order filled.
Don't hurt her, Paul. I have no intention of hurting her.
You know, we're in the
Are you absolutely fascinated and excited by what we're seeing in these markets? Just headline driven, tariffs on, tariffs off, electronic semiconductors are getting exempt. Just how do you make sense of all this?
You know what? Look, I mean, last week we saw everything a market can do. Literally last week, right? We came in on Monday, the futures were down already 1,500 points on Sunday when they were on. We were actually on with David Green, you know, and we're already trading on Sunday at 6. We were trading the futures with your platform for sure. And we came in and look, all the markets all throughout the world, Hang Seng, French market, German market, all across the world were down limit on Sunday even before we opened. Okay, and then we come in on Monday and the market was down huge, right? And that was the first couple of days of that. And then obviously, you know, the question was, what do we have to do? Kramer said, what do we have to do to get people to buy this market again? People have lost complete confidence. The sort of bipolar, manic approach that Mr. Trump has to trying, you know, we're in the tariff trade, we're out of the tariff trade, we're aggressive, we're passive, we're kicking the can down the road. I mean, what are we really doing? And that just sort of is, that's been this 6-week, you know, decimation of a market that from February 19th is down, you know, 15% plus. Look, we have had a couple, thanks to last week, right? Thanks to last week, we did, and I'll talk about that in a minute. We did have a couple of nice major rallies in the middle of all this absolute insanity that's brought us back within a range. We're still, you know, fairly well off our highs, that's for sure. But look, what ended up happening was, you know, what do we have to do? What does Trump have to do to get people to start buying stocks again? And Bill Ackman, hedge fund manager, super bright guy, you know, he's gone to the dark side when he gave Trump $50 million to become, you know, to get himself on speed dial. But, you know, at the end of the day, his suggestion, which was smart, was a 90-day pause on the tariffs to give the market a moment to just, you know, to see what was going on. So that came out. He said that on a tweet on Monday night. On Tuesday, I was standing next to CNBC, right, when Carl Quintanilla actually asked, are we good to tell this story coming out of the White House? White House releases a statement saying that we're going with a 90-day delay on the tariffs, right? And they said, yes, go with the story. They came out with that story. Market reversed from down 350 to up 350, literally in 4 minutes. I mean, it was an insane 2% reversal in the market until the White House denies it, saying, no, we never said that, right? And then the market ended up railing back down. I think the sellers got kind of spooked on that, so they never came back that day. We flatlined the rest of that whole day. I'm just kind of give you a rundown of what all about. And then obviously Wednesday, you know, my opinion is that was not fake news. That was a dress rehearsal. I guarantee you that the White House released that news because think about this. If Mr. Trump had done, so what ends up happening is on Wednesday, he actually does do that. He does announce a 90-day pause. And obviously we all saw that the market rallied up 400 points on the S&P, 2,500 points on the Dow. It was an absolute, you know, even, you know, their video, the Oval Office of Charlie Schwab and all those guys bragging about how many billions they made on that trade, which is insane to begin with. But anyway, at the end of the day, that's why I think Tuesday was a dress rehearsal, because if you can imagine, if he had released that, he needed to know that if he did nothing is settled. So literally, with as heavy a thing as this tariff thing is, can you imagine if he had laid, you know what, I'm going to delay this for 90 days and the market did not reverse, right? Then he would have been out there holding a large salami and nothing would have gotten done. So I think what they claimed was fake news was actually a test run to see if he does get down the road, whether the market would react. And that's what ended up happening. So that was Wednesday, right? But think about it. Thursday was a follow-through that was not a positive follow-through. As we've often talked, the day after a big event like a Federal Reserve meeting or any of those big events, the day after is really where the market tells you what its sentiment is about what happened. And So Thursday's sell-off really told us that, you know what, we're not confident with what's going on here. This is too much zigzag, too much roller coaster. And then look, the curiosity around Friday, why was Friday such a nice, significant rally that happened sort of mid to later in the day? Obviously, it may have been a little bit of a leak about, about what his plans were, which came out, look, Saturday morning. We were on Friday, right? We were part of that thing. But Friday's rally seemed a little bit like, well, what's really going on? Well, now we know that obviously they had sort of leaked the fact that he was going to dismiss all tariffs for all tech. And that's significant. Right now, they're pulling back on that story, and I think that's why the market's fading now. But that is actually significant. It's not about kicking it down the road. It's not about a delay. It's an actual thing that makes sense, right? Because if you think about it, for the first time in history, the United States was actually in that war, in the race with China around tech and AI, right? With the advances that NVIDIA has made, and a lot of the other names, Mag 7, over AI and tech over the last number of years, right? We were in the race. We were not like, historically, we've been nowhere near China. But literally for the first time, we're in the race. And so for them to lay heavy duty tariffs on tech, on iPhones, on smartphones, on computers and all that is insane. I've said, it's putting us back in the Stone Age. It's going to be like...
Chapter 11, Look with Wonder. I will remember the works of the Lord. Surely I will remember thy wonders of old. Psalms chapter 77, verse 11. The words wonder and wonderful are used many times in the Bible. In the dictionary, the word wonder is defined as cause for surprise, astonishment, a miracle, a marvel. Ouspensky, in his book Tertium Organum, calls the fourth dimensional world the world of the wondrous. He has figured out mathematically that there is a realm where all conditions are perfect. Jesus Christ called it the kingdom. We might say, seek ye first the world of the wondrous, and all things shall be added unto you. It can only be reached through a state of consciousness. Jesus Christ said to enter the kingdom, we must become as a little child. Children are continually in a state of joy and wonder. The future holds promises of mysterious good. Anything can happen overnight. Robert Louis Stevenson, in A Child's Garden of Verses, says, "The world is so full of a number of things. I'm sure we should all be as happy as kings." So let us look with wonder at that which is before us. That statement was given me a number of years ago. I mention it in my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. I had missed an opportunity and felt that I should have been more awake to my good. The next day, I took the statement early in the morning, I look with wonder at that which is before me. At noon, the phone rang and the proposition was put to me again. This time I grasped it. I did indeed look with wonder, for I never expected the opportunity to come to me again. A friend in one of my meetings said the other day that this statement had brought her wonderful results. It fills the consciousness with happy expectancy. Children are filled with happy expectancy until grown-up people and unhappy experiences bring them out of the world of the wondrous. Let us look back and remember some of the gloomy ideas which were given us. Eat the speckled apples first. Don't expect too much, then you won't be disappointed. You can't have everything in this life. Childhood is your happiest time. No one knows what the future will bring. What a start in life. These are some of the impressions I picked up in early childhood. At the age of 6, I had a great sense of responsibility. Instead of looking with wonder at that which was before me, I looked with fear and suspicion. I feel much younger now than I did when I was 6. I have an early photograph taken about that time, grasping a flower, but with a careworn and hopeless expression. I had left the world of the wondrous behind me. I was now living in the world of realities, as my elders told me, and it was far from wondrous. It is a great privilege for children to live in this age when they are taught truth from their birth. Even if they are not taught actual metaphysics, the ethers are filled with joyous expectancy. You may become a Shirley Temple or a Freddie Bartholomew or a great pianist at the age of 6 and go on a concert tour. We are all now back in the world of the wondrous, where anything can happen overnight, for when miracles do come, they come quickly. So let us become miracle conscious, prepare for miracles, expect miracles, and we are then inviting them into our lives. Maybe you need a financial miracle. There is a supply for every demand. Through active faith, the word, and intuition, we release this invisible supply. I will give you an example. One of my students found herself almost without funds. She needed $1,000. She had plenty of money at one time and beautiful possessions, but had nothing left but an ermine wrap. No fur dealer would give her much for it. I spoke the word that it would be sold to the right person for the right price, or that the supply would come in some other way. It was necessary that the money manifest at once. It was no time to worry or reason. She was on the street making her affirmations. It was a stormy day. She said to herself, "I'm going to show active faith in my invisible supply by taking a taxi cab." It was a very strong hunch. As she got out of the taxi at her destination, a woman stood waiting to get in. It was an old friend, a very, very kind friend. It was the first time in her life she had ever taken a taxi, but her Rolls Royce was out of commission that afternoon. They talked, and my friend told her about the ermine wrap. "Why," her friend said, "I will give you $1,000 for it." And that afternoon, she had the check. God's ways are ingenious. His methods are sure. A student wrote me the other day that she was using that statement, "God's ways are ingenious. His methods are sure." A series of unexpected contacts brought about a situation she had been desiring. She looked with wonder at the working of the law. Our demonstrations usually come within a split second. All is timed with amazing accuracy and divine mind. My student left the taxi just as her friend stopped to enter. A second later, she would have hailed another taxi. Man's part is to be wide awake to his leads and hunches, for on the magic path of intuition is all that he desires or requires. In Moulton's Modern Reader's Bible, the Book of Psalms is recognized as the perfection of lyric poetry. The musical meditation, which is the essence of lyrics, can find no higher field than the devout spirit, which at once raises itself to the service of God and overflows on the various sides of active and contemplative life. The Psalms are also human documents, and I have selected the 77th Psalm because it gives the picture of a man in despair. But as he contemplates the wonders of God, faith and assurance are restored to him. "I cried unto God with my voice, even unto God with my voice, and he gave ear unto me. In the day of my trouble, I sought the Lord. My soul refused to be comforted. Will the Lord cast off forever, and will he be favorable no more? Hath God forgotten to be gracious? Hath he in anger shut up his tender mercies? And I said, This is my infirmity, but I will remember the years of the right hand of the Most High. I will remember the works of the Lord. Surely I will remember thy wonders of old. I will meditate also of all thy work and talk of thy doings. Thy way, O God, is in the sanctuary, who is so great a God as our God. Thou art the God that doest wonders. Thou hast with thine arm redeemed thy people. This is a picture of what the average truth student goes through when confronted with a problem. He is assailed by thoughts of doubt, fear, and despair. Then some statement of truth will flash into his consciousness. God's ways are ingenious. His methods are sure. He remembers other difficulties which have been overcome. His confidence in God returns. He thinks, what God has done before, he will do for me and more. I was talking to a friend not long ago who said, I would be pretty dumb if I didn't believe God could solve my problem. So many times before, wonderful things have come to me. I know they will come again. So the summing up of the 77th Psalm is, what God has done before, he now does for me and more. It is a good thing to say when you think of your past success, happiness, or wealth, all loss comes from your own vain imaginings. Fear of loss crept into your consciousness. You carried burdens and fought battles. You reasoned instead of sticking to the magic path of intuition. But in the twinkling of an eye, all will be restored to you. For as they say in the East, what Allah has given cannot be diminished. Now, to go back to the child state of consciousness, you should be filled with wonder, but be careful not to live in your past childhood. I know people who can only think about their happy childhood days. They remember what they were. No skies have since been so blue or grass so green. They therefore miss the opportunities of the wonderful now. I will tell an amusing story of a friend who lived in a town when she was very young, then moved away to another city. She always looked back to the house they first lived in. To her, it was an enchanted palace, large, spacious, and glamorous. Many years later, when she had grown up, she had an opportunity of visiting this house. She was disillusioned. She found it small, stuffy, and ugly. Her idea of beauty had entirely changed, for in the front yard was an iron dog. If you went back to your past, it would not be the same. So in this friend's family, they called living in the past iron dogging. Her sister told me a story of some iron dogging she had done. When she was about 16, she met abroad a very dashing and romantic young man, an artist. This romance didn't last long, but she talked about it a lot to the man she afterwards married. Years rolled by. The dashing and romantic young man had become a well-known artist and came to this country to have an exhibition of his pictures. My friend was filled with excitement and hunted him up to renew their friendship. She went to his exhibition, and in walked a portly businessman. No trace was left of the dashing romantic youth. When she told her husband, all he said was, iron dogging. Remember, now is the appointed time. Today is the day, and your good can happen overnight. Look with wonder at that which is before you. We are filled with divine expectancy. I will restore to you the years which the locusts have eaten. Now let each one think of the good which seems so difficult to attain. It may be health, wealth, happiness, or perfect self-expression. Do not think how your good can be accomplished. Just give thanks that you have already received on the invisible plane. Therefore, the steps leading up to it are secured also. Be wide awake to your intuitive leads, and suddenly you find yourself in your promised land. I look with wonder at that which is before me. Chapter 12. Catch up with your good. And it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Isaiah chapter 65, verse 24. Catch up with your good. This is a new way of saying, before they call, I will answer. Your good precedes you. It gets there before you do. But how to catch up with your good? For you must have ears that hear and eyes to see, or it will escape you. Some people never catch up with their good in life. They will say, my life has always been one of hardship. No good luck ever comes to me. They are the people who have been asleep to their opportunities, or through laziness haven't caught up with their good. A woman told a group of friends that she had not eaten for 3 days. They dashed about asking people to give her work, but she refused it. She explained that she never got up until 12 o'clock. She liked to lie in bed and read magazines. She just wanted people to support her while she read Vogue and Harper's Bazaar. We must be careful not to slip into lazy states of mind. Take the affirmation, I am wide awake to my good. I never miss a trick. Most people are only half awake to their good. A student said to me, if I don't follow my hunches, I always get into a jam. I will tell the story of a woman, one of my students, who followed her intuitive lead, which brought amazing results. She had been asked to visit friends at a nearby town. She had very little money. When she arrived at her destination, she found the house locked up. They had gone away. She was filled with despair, then commenced to pray. She said, Infinite intelligence, give me a definite lead. Let me know just what to do. The name of a certain hotel flashed into her consciousness. It persisted. The name seemed to stand out in big letters. She had just enough money to get back to New York in the hotel. As she was about to enter, an old friend suddenly appeared who greeted her warmly and whom she hadn't seen for years. She explained that she was living at the hotel but was going away for several months and added, "Why don't you live in my suite while I'm away? It won't cost you a cent." My friend accepted gratefully and looked with amazement on the working of spiritual law. She had caught up with her good by following intuition. All going forward comes from desire. Science today is going back to Lamarck and his dint of wishing theory. He claims that birds do not fly because they have wings, but they have wings because they wanted to fly, result of the push of the emotional wish. Think of the irresistible power of thought with clear vision. Many people are in a fog most of the time, making wrong decisions and going the wrong way. During the Christmas rush, my maid said to a saleswoman at one of the big shops, "I suppose this is your busiest day." She replied, "Oh no, the day after Christmas is our busiest day, when people bring most of the things back." Hundreds of people choose the wrong gifts because they were not listening to their intuitive leads. No matter what you are doing, ask for guidance. It saves time and energy, and often a lifetime of misery. All suffering comes from the violation of intuition. Unless intuition builds the house, they labor in vain who build it. Get the habit of hunching, then you will always be on the magic path. And it shall come to pass that before they call, I will answer, and while they are yet speaking, I will hear. Working with spiritual law, we are bringing to pass that which already is. In the universal mind, it is there as an idea, but is crystallized on the external by a sincere desire. The idea of a bird was a perfect picture in divine mind. The fish caught the idea and wished themselves into birds. Are your desires bringing you wings? We should all be bringing some seemingly impossible thing to pass. One of my affirmations is, the unexpected happens. My seemingly impossible good now comes to pass. Do not magnify obstacles. Magnify the Lord. That means magnify God's power. The average person will dwell on all the obstacles and hindrances which are there to prevent his good coming to pass. You combine with what you notice. So if you give obstacles and hindrances your undivided attention, they grow worse and worse. Give God your undivided attention. Keep saying silently, in the face of all obstacles, God's ways are ingenious, His methods are sure. God's power is invincible, though invisible. Call unto me, and I will answer thee, and show thee great and mighty things which thou knowest not. In demonstrating our good, we must look away from adverse appearances. Judge not by appearances. Get some statement which will give you a feeling of assurance. The long arm of God reaches out over people and conditions, controlling the situation and protecting my interests. I was asked to speak the word for a man who was to have a business interview with a seemingly unscrupulous person. I used the statement, and rightness and justice came out of the situation at just the exact time I was speaking. We have all heard the quotation from Proverbs, hope deferred maketh the heart grow sick, but when the desire cometh, it is a tree of life. In desiring sincerely, without anxiety, we are catching up with the thing desired, and the desire becomes crystallized on the external. I will give to you the righteous desires of your heart. Selfish desires, desires which harm others, always return to harm the sender. The righteous desire might be called an echo from the infinite. It is already a perfect idea in divine mind. All inventors catch up with the ideas of the articles they invent. I say in my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It, the telephone was seeking Bell. Often, two people discover the same inventions at the same time. They have tuned in with the same idea. The most important thing in life is to bring the divine plan to pass. Just as the picture of the oak is in the acorn, the divine design of your life is in your superconscious mind, and you must work out the perfect pattern in your affairs. You will then lead a magic life, for in the divine design, all conditions are permanently perfect. People defy the divine design when they are asleep to their good. Perhaps the woman who liked to lie in bed most of the day and read magazines should be writing for magazines, but her habits of laziness dulled all desire to go forward. The fishes who desired wings were alert and alive. They did not spend their days in the bed of the ocean reading Vogue and Harper's Bazaar. Awake thou that sleepeth, and catch up with your good. Call on me, and I will answer thee, and show thee great and mighty things which thou knowest not. I now catch up with my good, for before I called, I was answered. Chapter 13, Rivers in the Desert. Behold, I shall do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. Isaiah chapter 43, verse 19. In this 43rd chapter of Isaiah are many wonderful statements showing the irresistible power of supreme intelligence coming to man's rescue in times of trouble. No matter how impossible the situation seems, infinite intelligence knows the way out. Working with God power, man becomes unconditioned and absolute. Let us get a realization of this hidden power we can call upon at any moment. Make your contact with infinite intelligence, the God within, and all appearance of evil evaporates, for it comes from man's vain imaginings. In my question and answer class, I would be asked, how do you make conscious contact with this invincible power? I reply, by your word. By your word you are justified. The centurion said to Jesus Christ, Speak the word, Master, and my servant shall be healed. Whosoever calleth on the name of the Lord shall be delivered. Notice the word call. You are calling on the Lord or law when you make an affirmation of truth. As I always say, take a statement which clicks. That means gives you a feeling of security. People are enslaved by ideas of lack of love, lack of money, lack of companionship, lack of health, and so on. They are enslaved by the ideas of interference and incompletion. They are asleep in the Adamic dream. Adam, generic man, ate of Maya, the tree of illusion, and saw two powers, good and evil. The Christ mission was to wake people up to the truth of one power, God. Awake, thou that sleepeth. If you lack any good thing, you are still asleep to your good. How do you awake from the Adamic dream of opposites after having slept soundly in the race thought for hundreds of years? Jesus Christ said, When two of you agree, it shall be done. It is the law of agreement. It is almost impossible to see clearly your good for yourself. That is where the healer, practitioner, or friend is necessary. Many successful men say they have succeeded because their wives believed in them. I will quote from a current newspaper giving Walter P. Chrysler's tribute to his wife. Nothing, he once said, has given me more satisfaction in life than the way my wife had faith in me from the very first through all those years. Chrysler wrote of her, It seemed to me I could not make anyone understand that I was ambitious except Della. I could tell her and she would nod. It seems to me I even dared to tell her that I intended, someday, to be master mechanic. She always backed his ambitions. Talk about your affairs as little as possible, and then only to the ones who will give you encouragement and inspiration. The world is full of wet blankets, people who tell you it can't be done, that you are aiming too high. As people sit in truth meetings and services, often a word or an idea will open a way in the wilderness. Of course, the Bible is speaking of states of consciousness. You are in a wilderness or desert when you are out of harmony, when you are angry, resentful, fearful, or undecided. Indecision is the cause of much ill health, being unable to make up your mind. One day, when I was in a bus, a woman stopped it and asked the conductor its destination. He told her, but she was undecided. She got halfway on and then got off, then on again. The conductor turned to her and said, "Lady, make up your mind." So it is with so many people. Ladies, make up your minds. The intuitive person is never undecided. He is given his leads and hunches and goes boldly ahead, knowing he is on the magic path. In truth, we always ask for definite leads, just what to do. You will always receive one if you ask for it. Sometimes it comes as intuition, sometimes from the external. One of my students named Ada was walking down the street, undecided whether to go to a certain place or not. She asked for a lead. Two women were walking in front of her. One turned to the other and said, "Why don't you go, Ada?" The woman's name just happened to be Ada. My friend took it as a definite lead and went on to her destination, and the outcome was very successful. We really lead magic lives, guided and provided for at every step, if we have ears to hear and eyes that see. Of course, we have left the plane of the intellect and are drawing from the superconscious, the God within, which says, "This is the way, walk ye in it." Whatever you should know will be revealed to you. Whatever you lack will be provided. Thus saith the Lord, which maketh a way in the sea and a path in the mighty waters. Remember ye not the former things, neither consider the things of old. People who live in the past have severed their contact with the wonderful now. God knows only the now. Now is the appointed time. Today is the day. Many people lead lives of limitation, hoarding and saving, afraid to use what they have, which brings more lack and more limitation. I give the example of a woman who lived in a small country town. She could scarcely see to get about and had very little money. A kind friend took her to an oculist and presented her with glasses which enabled her to see perfectly. Sometime later, she met her on the street without the glasses. She exclaimed, "Where are your glasses?" The woman replied, "Well, you don't expect me to hack 'em out by using them every day, do you? I only wear them on Sundays." You must live in the now and be wide awake to your opportunities. Behold, I will do a new thing. Now it shall spring forth. Shall ye not know it? I will even make a way in the wilderness and rivers in the desert. This message is meant for the individual. Think of your problem and know that infinite intelligence knows the way of fulfillment. I say the way, for before you called, you were answered. The supply always precedes the demand. God is the giver and the gift, and now creates his own amazing channels. When you have asked for the divine plan of your life to manifest, you are protected from getting the things that are not in the divine plan. You may think that all your happiness depends upon obtaining one particular thing in life. Later on, you praise the Lord that you didn't get it. Sometimes you are tempted to follow the reasoning mind and argue with your intuitive leads. Suddenly, the hand of destiny pushes you into your right place under grace. You find yourself back on the magic path again. You are now wide awake to your good. You have the ears that hear, your intuitive leads, and the eyes which see the open road of fulfillment. The genius within me is released. I now fulfill my destiny. Chapter 14, Inner Meaning of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs. I have been asked to give a metaphysical interpretation of Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, one of Grimm's fairy tales. It is amazing how this picture, a fairy story, swept sophisticated New York and the whole country due to Walt Disney's genius. This fairy tale was supposed to be for children, but men and women have packed the theater. It is because fairy tales come down from old legends of Persia, India, and Egypt, which are founded on truth. Snow White, the little princess, has a cruel stepmother who is jealous of her. This cruel stepmother idea appears also in Cinderella. Nearly everyone has a cruel stepmother. The cruel stepmother is a negative thought form you have built up in the subconscious. Snow White's cruel stepmother is jealous of her and always keeps her in rags and in the background. All cruel thought forms do this. The cruel stepmother consults her magic mirror every day, saying, "Magic mirror on the wall, who is the fairest of them all?" One day the mirror replies, "Thou, queen, mayest fair and beauteous be, but Snow White is lovelier far than thee." This enrages the queen, so she decides to send Snow White to the forest to be killed by one of her servants. However, the servant's heart melts when Snow White begs for her life, so he leaves her in the woods. The woods are filled with terrifying animals and many pitfalls and dangers. She falls in terror to the ground, and while there, a most unusual spectacle presents itself. Scores of the most delightful little animals and birds creep up and surround her. Rabbits, squirrels, deer, beavers, raccoons, etc. She opens her eyes and greets them with pleasure. They are so friendly and attractive. She tells her story, and they lead her to a little house which she makes her home. Now, these friendly birds and animals symbolize our intuitive leads or hunches, which are always ready to get you out of the woods. The little house proves to be the home of the 7 dwarfs. Everything is in disorder, so Snow White and her animal friends begin to clean the house. The squirrels dust with their tails, the birds hang things up, using the little deer's horns for a hat rack. When the 7 dwarfs come home from their work of digging gold, they discover the change and at last find Snow White asleep on one of the beds. In the morning, she tells her story, remains with them to keep house and cook their meals, and is very happy. The 7 dwarfs symbolize the protective forces all about us. In the meantime, the cruel stepmother consults her mirror, and it says to her, "Over the hills and the green woodshade, where the 7 dwarfs their dwelling have made, there Snow White is hiding her head, and she is lovelier far, O queen, than thee." This infuriates the queen, so she starts off disguised as an old hag with a poisoned apple for Snow White. She finds her in the house of the 7 dwarfs and tempts her with the big, red, luscious apple. The birds and animals endeavor to tell her not to touch it. They try to give her the hunch not to eat it. They rush around in dismay, but Snow White can't resist the apple. She takes one bite and falls apparently dead. Now all the little birds and animals rush off to bring the 7 dwarfs to the rescue, but too late. Snow White lies lifeless. They all bow their little heads in grief. Then suddenly the prince appears, kisses Snow White, and she comes to life. They are married and live happily ever after. The queen, the cruel stepmother, is swept away by a terrific storm. The old thought form is dissolved and dissipated forever. The prince symbolizes the divine plan of your life. When it wakes you up, you live happily ever after. This is the fairy story which has enthralled New York and the whole country. Find out what form of tyranny your cruel stepmother is taking in your subconscious. It is some negative conviction which works out in all your affairs. We hear people saying, "My good always comes to me too late. I've lost so many opportunities." We must reverse the thought and say repeatedly, "I am wide awake to my good. I never miss a trick." We must drown out the dreary suggestions of the cruel stepmother. Eternal vigilance is the price of freedom from these negative thought forms. Nothing can hinder, nothing can delay the manifestation of the divine plan of my life. The light of lights streams on my pathway, revealing the open road of fulfillment. I hope that you've enjoyed this presentation, and please remember to subscribe to receive notifications of upcoming recordings. This recording is a production of Master Key Society for the purpose of research, study, and discussion. The views and opinions expressed in this book belong to the author and may not always reflect those of Master Key Society or its affiliates. The video and audio is copyright 2024, Master Key Society. Your Word is Your Wand, a sequel to The Game of Life and How to Play It by Florence Scovel Shinn. Read by Sarah Partridge. Originally published in 1941 by Gerald J. Rickard. This recording is a production of Master Key Society for the purpose of research, study, and discussion. The views and opinions expressed in this book belong to the author and may not always reflect those of Master Key Society or its affiliates. Introduction. This volume of affirmations was written by popular demand. It is a sequel to The Game of Life and How to Play It, where the reader will find the principle more fully explained. Your word is your wand. Man's word is his wand filled with magic and power. Jesus Christ emphasized the power of the word. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. And death and life are in power of the tongue. So man has power to change an unhappy condition by waving over it the wand of his word. In the place of sorrow appears joy. In the place of sickness appears health. In the place of lack appears plenty. For example, a woman came for a treatment for prosperity. She possessed just $2 in the world. I said, "We bless the $2 and know that you have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in, under grace, in perfect ways. I see it always crammed, jammed with money. Yellow bills, green bills, pink checks, blue checks, white checks, gold, silver, and currency. I see it bulging with abundance." She replied, "I feel my bag heavy with money," and was so filled with faith that she gave me one of her dollars as a love offering. I did not dare refuse it and see lack for her, as it was important that I hold the picture of plenty. Shortly afterwards, she was made a gift of $6,000. Fearless faith and the spoken word brought it to pass. The affirmation of the magic purse is very powerful, as it brings a vivid picture to the mind. It is impossible not to see your purse or wallet filled with money when using the words crammed, jammed. The imaging faculty is the creative faculty, and it is important to choose words which bring a flash of the fulfillment of the demand. Never force a picture by visualizing. Let the divine idea flash into your conscious mind. Then the student is working according to the divine design. See Chapter 4 of The Game of Life and How to Play It. Jesus Christ said, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." This means that man must know the truth of every situation which confronts him. There is no truth in lack or limitation. He waves over it the wand of his word, and the wilderness rejoices and blossoms as the rose. Fear, doubt, anxiety, anger, resentment pull down the cells of the body, shock the nervous system, and are the causes of disease and disaster. Happiness and health must be earned by absolute control of the emotional nature. Power moves, but it is never moved. When man stands calm and serene, has a good appetite, feels contented and happy when appearances are against him, he has reached mastery. Then he has power to rebuke the winds and the waves to control conditions. His word is his wand, and he transmutes apparent failure into success. He knows his universal supply is endless and immediate, and all his needs manifest instantly on the external. For example, a woman at sea awoke in the morning hearing the foghorns blowing. A dense fog had settled on the ocean with no apparent signs of clearing. She immediately spoke the word, "There are no fogs in divine mind, so let the fog be lifted. I give thanks for the sun." Soon the sun came out, for man has dominion over the elements, over all created things. Every man has power to lift the fog in his life. It may be a fog of lack of money, love, happiness, or health. Give thanks for the sun. Success. There are certain words or pictures which impress the subconscious mind. For example, a man called asking me to speak the word for his right work. I gave him the statement, "Behold, I have set before thee the open door of destiny, and no man shall shut it." It didn't seem to make much impression, so I was inspired to add, "And no man shall shut it, for it is nailed back."
The market isn't pre-open.
Everybody pictures in their head.
The market is open.
Hey, what up, though? Got some things moving around here. Definitely got some things moving around here. I kind of called some levels out. I think it's just a little pop. We'll have to see what's going on if it all the way. That's why I decided to sit on my hands, because this is usually the time I go continue cooking lunch. We'll be right back. Definitely gotta get it in the mic. That's on the way.
Man's word is his wand filled with magic and power. Jesus Christ emphasized the power of the word. By thy words thou shalt be justified, and by thy words thou shalt be condemned. And death and life are in power of the tongue. So man has power to change an unhappy condition by waving over it the wand of his word. In the place of sorrow appears joy. In the place of sickness appears health. In the place of lack appears plenty. For example, a woman came for a treatment for prosperity. She possessed just $2 in the world. I said, we bless the $2 and know that you have the magic purse of the Spirit. It can never be depleted. As money goes out, immediately money comes in, under grace in perfect ways. I see it always crammed, jammed with money. Yellow bills, green bills, pink checks, blue checks, white checks, gold, silver, and currency. I see it bulging with abundance. She replied, I feel my bag heavy with money, and was so filled with faith that she gave me one of her dollars as a love offering. I did not dare refuse it and see lack for her, as it was important that I hold the picture of plenty. Shortly afterwards, she was made a gift of $6,000. Fearless faith and the spoken word brought it to pass. The affirmation of the magic purse is very powerful, as it brings a vivid picture to the mind. It is impossible not to see your purse or wallet filled with money when using the words crammed, jammed. The imaging faculty is the creative faculty, and it is important to choose words which bring a flash of the fulfillment of the demand. Never force a picture by visualizing. Let the divine idea flash into your conscious mind. Then the student is working according to the divine design. See Chapter 4 of The Game of Life and How to Play It. Jesus Christ said, "Ye shall know the truth, and the truth shall make you free." This means that man must know the truth of every situation which confronts him. There is no truth in lack or limitation. He waves over it the wand of his word, and the wilderness rejoices and blossoms as the rose. Fear, doubt, anxiety, anger, resentment pull down the cells of the body, shock the nervous system, and are the causes of disease and disaster. Happiness and health must be earned by absolute control of the emotional nature. Power moves, but it is never moved. When man stands calm and serene, has a good appetite, feels contented and happy when appearances are against him, he has reached mastery. Then he has power to rebuke the winds and the waves to control conditions. His word is his wand, and he transmutes apparent failure into success. He knows his universal supply is endless and immediate, and all his needs manifest instantly on the external. For example, a woman at sea awoke in the morning hearing the foghorns blowing. A dense fog had settled on the ocean with no apparent signs of clearing. She immediately spoke the word, "There are no fogs in divine mind, so let the fog be lifted. I give thanks for the sun." Soon the sun came out, for man has dominion over the elements, over all created things. Every man has power to lift the fog in his life. It may be a fog of lack of money, love, happiness, or health. Give thanks for the sun. Success. There are certain words or pictures which impress the subconscious mind. For example, a man called asking me to speak the word for his right work. I gave him the statement, "Behold, I have set before thee the open door of destiny, and no man shall shut it." It didn't seem to make much impression, so I was inspired to add, "And no man shall shut it, for it is nailed back." The man was electrified and went out walking on air. Within a few weeks, he was called to a distant city to fill a wonderful position which came about in a miraculous way. I give another example of a woman who fearlessly followed a hunch. She was working for a small salary when she read my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. The thought came in a flash to start in business for herself and open a tea room and candy shop. The idea staggered her at first, but it persisted, so she boldly went forth and procured a shop and assistance. She spoke the word for supply, for she did not have money to back her enterprise. It came in miraculous ways, and the shop opened. From the first day, it was filled with people, and now it is crammed, jammed. They stand in line and wait. One day, being a holiday, her assistants became gloomy and said they could not expect to do much business. My student, however, replied that God was her supply and every day was a good day. In the afternoon, an old friend came in to see the shop and bought a 2-pound box of candy. He gave her a check, and when she looked at it, she found it was for $100. So it was indeed a good day, $100 for a box of candy. She says every morning she enters the shop with wonder and gives thanks that she had the fearless faith that wins. Affirmations. The decks are now cleared for divine action, and my own comes to me under grace in a magical way. I now let go of worn-out conditions and worn-out things. Divine order is established in my mind, body, and affairs. Behold, I make all things new. My seeming impossible good now comes to pass. The unexpected now happens. The four winds of success now blow to me my own. From north, south, east, and west comes my endless good. The Christ in me is risen. I now fulfill my destiny. Endless good now comes to me in endless ways. I clap my cymbals and rejoice, for Jehovah goes before me, making clear, easy, and successful my way. I give thanks for my whirlwind success. I sweep all before me, for I work with the Spirit and follow the divine plan of my life. My spiritual sporting blood is up. I am more than equal to this situation. I am awake to my good and gather in the harvest of endless opportunities. I am harmonious, poised, and magnetic. I now draw to myself my own. My power is God's power and is irresistible. Divine order is now established in my mind, body, and affairs. I see clearly and act quickly, and my greatest expectations come to pass in a miraculous way. There is no competition on the spiritual plane. What is rightfully mine is given me under grace. I have within me an undiscovered country, which is revealed to me now in the name of Jesus Christ. Behold, I have set before thee the open door of destiny, and no man shall shut it, for it is nailed back. The tide of destiny has turned, and everything comes my way. I banish the past and now live in the wonderful now, where happy surprises come to me each day. There are no lost opportunities in divine mind. As one door shut, another door opened. I have a magical work in a magical way. I give magical service for magical pay. The genius within me is now released. I now fulfill my destiny. I make friends with hindrances, and every obstacle becomes a stepping stone. Everything in the universe, visible and invisible, is working to bring to me my own. I give thanks that the walls of Jericho fall down and all lack, limitation, and failure are wiped out of my consciousness in the name of Jesus Christ. I am now on the royal road of success, happiness, and abundance. All the traffic goes my way. I will not weary of well-doing, for when I least expect it, I shall reap. Jehovah goes before me, and the battle is won. All enemy thoughts are wiped out. I am victorious in the name of Jesus Christ. There are no obstacles in divine mind. Therefore, there is nothing to obstruct my good. All obstacles now vanish from my pathway. Doors fly open, gates are lifted, and I enter the kingdom of fulfillment under grace. Rhythm, harmony, and balance are now established in my mind, body, and affairs. New fields of divine activity now open for me, and these fields are white with the harvest. Man's will is powerless to interfere with God's will. God's will is now done in my mind, body, and affairs. God's plan for me is permanent and cannot be budged. I am true to my heavenly vision. The divine plan of my life now takes shape in definite, concrete experiences leading to my heart's desire. I now draw from the universal substance with irresistible power and determination that which is mine by divine right. I do not resist this situation. I put it in the hands of infinite love and wisdom. Let the divine idea now come to pass. My good now flows to me in a steady, unbroken, ever-increasing stream of success, happiness, and abundance. There are no lost opportunities in the kingdom. As one door shuts, another door opens. There is nothing to fear, for there is no power to hurt. I walk up to the lion on my pathway and find an angel in armor and victory in the name of Jesus Christ. I am in perfect harmony with the working of the law. I stand aside and let infinite intelligence make easy and successful my way. The ground I am on is holy ground. The ground I am on is happy ground. The ground I am on is successful ground. New fields of divine activity now open for me. Unexpected doors fly open. Unexpected channels are free. What God has done for others, He can do for me and more. I am as necessary to God as He is to me, for I am the channel to bring His plan to pass. I do not limit God by seeing limitation in myself. With God and myself, all things are possible. Giving precedes receiving, and my gifts to others precede God's gifts to me. Every man is a golden link in the chain of my good. My poise is built upon a rock. I see clearly and act quickly. God cannot fail, so I cannot fail. The warrior within me has already won. Thy kingdom come in me. Thy will be done in me and my affairs. Prosperity. See the game of life and how to play it, Chapter 2. Man comes into the world financed by God, with all that he desires or requires already on his pathway. This supply is released through faith in the spoken word. If thou canst believe, all things are possible. For example, a woman came to me one day to tell me of her experience in using an affirmation she had read in my book, The Game of Life and How to Play It. She was without experience, but desired a good position on the stage. She took the affirmation, Infinite Spirit, open the way for my great abundance. I am an irresistible magnet for all that belongs to me by divine right. She was given a very important part in a successful opera. She said, it was a miracle due to that affirmation, which I repeated hundreds of times. Affirmations. I now draw from the abundance of the spheres my immediate and endless supply. All channels are free. All doors are open. I now release the gold mine within me. I am linked with an endless golden stream of prosperity, which comes to me under grace in perfect ways. Goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of abundance forever. My God is a God of plenty, and I now receive all that I desire or require and more. All that is mine by divine right is now released and reaches me in great avalanches of abundance under grace in miraculous ways. My supply is endless, inexhaustible, and immediate, and comes to me under grace in perfect ways. All channels are free, and all doors fly open for my immediate and endless divinely designed supply. My ships come in over a calm sea, under grace in perfect ways. I give thanks that the millions which are mine by divine right now pour in and pile up under grace in perfect ways. Unexpected doors fly open, unexpected channels are free, and endless avalanches of abundance are poured out upon me under grace in perfect ways. I spend money under direct inspiration wisely and fearlessly, knowing my supply is endless and immediate. I am fearless in letting money go out, knowing God is my immediate and endless supply. Happiness. In that wonderful moving picture, The Thief of Baghdad, we were told in letters of light that happiness must be earned. It is earned through perfect control of the emotional nature. There can be no happiness where there is fear, apprehension, or dread. With perfect faith in God comes a feeling of security and happiness. When man knows that there is an invincible power that protects him and all that he loves, and brings to him every righteous desire of the heart, he relaxes all nervous tension and is happy and satisfied. He is undisturbed by adverse appearances, knowing that infinite intelligence is protecting his interests and utilizing every situation to bring his good to pass. I will make a way in the wilderness and rivers in a desert. Uneasy lies the head that wears a frown. Anger, resentment, ill will, jealousy, and revenge rob man of his happiness and bring sickness, failure, and poverty in their wake. Resentment has ruined more homes than drink and killed more people than war. For example, there was a woman who was healthy and happy and married to a man she loved. The man died and left part of his estate to a relative. The woman was filled with resentment. She lost weight, was unable to do her work, developed gallstones, and became very ill. A metaphysician called upon her one day. He said, "Woman, see what hate and resentment have done to you. They have caused hard stones to form in your body, and only forgiveness and goodwill can cure you." The woman saw the truth of the statement. She became harmonious and forgiving and regained her splendid health. Affirmations. I am now deluged with the happiness that was planned for me in the beginning. My barns are full, my cup flows over with joy. My endless good now comes to me in endless ways. I have a wonderful joy in a wonderful way, and my wonderful joy has come to stay. Happy surprises come to me each day. I look with wonder at that which is before me. I walk boldly up to the lion on my pathway and find it is a friendly Airedale. I am harmonious, happy, radiant, detached from the tyranny of fear. My happiness is built upon a rock. It is mine now and for all eternity. My good now flows to me in a steady, unbroken, ever-increasing stream of happiness. My happiness is God's affair. Therefore, no one can interfere. As I am one with God, I am now one with my heart's desire. I give thanks for my permanent happiness, my permanent health, my permanent wealth, my permanent love. I am harmonious, happy, and divinely magnetic, and now draw to me my ships over a calm sea. God's ideas for me are perfect and permanent. My heart's desire is a perfect idea in divine mind, incorruptible and indestructible, and now comes to pass under grace in a magical way. Love. With love usually comes terrific fear. Nearly every woman comes into the world with a mythical woman in the back of her mind who is to rob her of her love. She has been called the other woman. Of course, it comes from woman's belief in duality. So long as she visualizes interference, it will come. It is usually very difficult for a woman to see herself loved by the man she loves. So these affirmations are to impress the truth of the situation upon her subconscious mind, for in reality, there is only oneness. See Chapter 7, Love, page 46 in The Game of Life and How to Play It. Affirmations. As I am one with God, the undivided one, I am one with my undivided love and undivided happiness. The light of the Christ within now wipes out all fear, doubt, anger, and resentment. God's love pours through me, an irresistible magnetic current. I see only perfection and draw to me my own. Divine love through me now dissolves all seeming obstacles and makes clear, easy, and successful my way. I love everyone, and everyone loves me. My apparent enemy becomes my friend, a golden link in the chain of my good. I am at peace with myself and with the whole world. I love everyone, and everyone loves me. The floodgates of my good now open. Marriage. Unless marriage is built upon the rock of oneness, it cannot stand. Two souls with but a single thought, two hearts that beat as one. The poet understood this, for unless man and wife are living the same thoughts or living in the same thought world, they must inevitably drift apart. Thought is a tremendous vibratory force, and man is drawn to his thought creations. For example, a man and woman married and were apparently happy. The man became successful and his tastes improved, but the wife still lived in a limited consciousness. Whenever the man bought anything, he went to the best shops and selected what he needed regardless of price. Whenever the wife went out, she haunted the 5 and 10 cent stores. He was living in thought on Fifth Avenue, and her thought world was on 3rd Avenue. Eventually, the break and separation came. We see this so often in the cases of rich and successful men who desert their faithful, hardworking wives later in life. The wife must keep pace with her husband's taste and ambitions and live in his thought world, for where a man thinketh in his heart, there is he. There is for each person his other half or divine selection. These two are one in their thought worlds. These are the two whom God has joined together, and no man shall or can part asunder. The twain shall be made one, for in the superconscious mind of each is the same divine plan. Affirmation. I give thanks that the marriage made in heaven is now made manifest upon earth. The twain shall be made one, now and for all eternity. Forgiveness. Affirmations. I forgive everyone, and everyone forgives me. The gates swing open for my good. I call on the law of forgiveness. I am free from mistakes and the consequences of mistakes. I am under grace and not under karmic law. Though my mistakes be as scarlet, I shall be washed whiter than snow. What didn't happen in the kingdom never happened anywhere. Words of wisdom, affirmations. Faith without nerve is dead. There is never a slip twixt the right cup and the right lip. Never look, or you'd never leap. God works in unexpected places through unexpected people at unexpected times, his wonders to perform. Power moves, but is never moved. Loving your neighbor means not to limit your neighbor in word, thought, or deed. Never argue with a hunch. Christopher Columbus followed a hunch. The kingdom of heaven is the realm of perfect ideas. It is dark before the dawn, but the dawn never fails. Trust in the dawn. When in doubt, play trumps, do the fearless thing. It is the fearless things that count. Never do today what intuition says to do tomorrow. It's a great life if you don't reason. Regard your neighbor as yourself. Never hinder another's hunch. Selfishness binds and blocks. Every loving and unselfish thought has in it the germ of success. Be not weary of make-believing. When you least expect it, you shall reap. Faith is elastic. Stretch it to the end of your demonstration. Before you call, you are answered, for the supply precedes the demand. What you do for others, you are doing for yourself. Every act committed while angry or resentful brings unhappy reaction. Sorrow and disappointment follow in the wake of deceit and subterfuge. The way of the transgressor is hard. No good thing will be withheld from him who walks uprightly. There is no power in evil. It is nothing, therefore can only come to nothing. Fear and impatience demagnetize. Poise magnetizes. Drown the reasoning mind with your affirmation. Jehoshaphat clapped his cymbals so that he wouldn't hear himself think. All bondage is an illusion of the race consciousness. There is always a way out of every situation under grace. Every man is free to do the will of God. Surism is stronger than optimism. Divine ideas never conflict. It is dangerous to stop in the middle of a hunch. Infinite spirit is never too late. Faith. Hope looks forward. Faith knows it has already received and acts accordingly. In my classes, I often emphasize the importance of digging ditches or preparing for the thing asked for, which shows active faith and brings the demonstration to pass. See The Game of Life and How to Play It, page 12. A man in my class, whom I called the life of the party because he always tried to find a question I couldn't answer, but he never succeeded, asked, "Why is it then a lot of women who prepare hope chests never get married?" I replied, "Because it is a hope chest and not a faith chest." The prospective bride also violates law in telling others about it. Her friends come in and sit on the hope chest and either doubt or hope she'll never succeed. Pray to thy Father which is in secret, and thy Father which seeth in secret shall reward thee openly. The student should never talk of a demonstration until it has gelled or comes to pass on the external. So a hope chest should become a faith chest and be kept from the public eye, and the word spoken for the divine selection of a husband under grace in a perfect way. Those whom God hath joined together, no thought can put asunder. Affirmations. Adverse appearances work for my good, for God utilizes every person and every situation to bring to me my heart's desire. Hindrances are friendly and obstacles springboards. I now jump into my good. As I am one with the undivided one, I am one with my undivided good. As the needle in the compass is true to the north, what is rightfully mine is true to me. I am the north. I am now linked by an invisible, unbreakable magnetic cord with all that belongs to me by divine right. Thy kingdom is come. Thy will is done in me and my affairs. Every plan my Father in heaven has not planned is dissolved and obliterated, and the divine design of my life now comes to pass. What God has given me can never be taken from me, for His gifts are for all eternity. My faith is built upon a rock, and my heart's desire now comes to pass under grace in a miraculous way. I see my good in a golden glow of glory. I see my fields shining white with a harvest. God is my unfailing and immediate supply of all good. I am poised and powerful. My greatest expectations are realized in a miraculous way. I water my wilderness with faith, and suddenly it blossoms as the rose. I now exercise my fearless faith in 3 ways: by thinking, speaking, and acting. I am unmoved by appearances, therefore appearances move. I stand steadfast, immovable, giving thanks for my seeming impossible good to come to pass. For I know with God it is easy of accomplishment, and His time is now. God's plans for me are built upon a rock. What was mine in the beginning is mine now and ever shall be mine. I know there is nothing to defeat God, therefore there is nothing to defeat me. I wait patiently on the Lord. I trust in him. I fret not myself because of evildoers, for every man is a golden link in the chain of my good, and he now gives to me the desires of my heart. See 37th Psalm. I have now the fearless faith of the Christ within. At my approach, barriers vanish and obstacles disappear. I am steadfast, immovable, for the fields are already white with the harvest. My fearless faith in God now brings the divine design of my life to pass. All fear is now banished in the name of Jesus Christ, for I know there is no power to hurt. God is the one and only power. I am in perfect harmony with the working of the law, for I know that infinite intelligence knows nothing of obstacles, time, or space. It knows only completion. God works in unexpected and magic ways his wonders to perform. I now prepare for the fulfillment of my heart's desire. I show God I believe his promise will be kept. I now dig my ditches deep with faith and understanding, and my heart's desire comes to pass in a surprising way. My ditches will be filled at the right time, bringing all that I have asked for and more. I now put to the flight the army of the aliens, negative thoughts. They feed on fear and starve on faith. God's ideas cannot be moved. Therefore, what is mine by divine right will always be with me. I give thanks that I now receive the righteous desires of my heart. Mountains are removed, valleys exalted, and every crooked place made straight. I am in the kingdom of fulfillment. I have perfect confidence in God, and God has perfect confidence in me. God's promises are built upon a rock. As I have asked, I must receive. Let me never wander from my heart's desire. I do not limit the Holy One of Israel in word, thought, or deed. With God, all things are easy and possible now. I now stand aside and watch God work. It interests me to see how quickly and easily he brings the desires of my heart to pass. Before I called, I was answered, and I now gather in my harvest in a remarkable way. He who watches over my heart's desire neither slumbers nor sleeps. Seeming impossible doors now open. Seeming impossible channels are free in the name of Jesus Christ. My good is a perfect and permanent idea in divine mind and must manifest, for there is nothing to prevent. I cast every burden on the Christ within, and I go free. See The Game of Life and How to Play It, Chapter 6. Loss. If man loses anything, it shows there is a belief of loss in his subconscious mind. As he erases this false belief, the article or its equivalent will appear on the external. For example, a woman lost a silver pencil in a theater. She made every effort to find it, but it was not returned. She denied loss, taking the affirmation, "I deny loss. There is no loss in divine mind. Therefore, I cannot lose that pencil. I will receive it or its equivalent." Several weeks elapsed. One day, she was with a friend who wore about her neck on a cord a beautiful gold pencil, who turned to her and said, "Do you want this pencil? I paid $50 for it at Tiffany's." The woman was aghast and replied, almost forgetting to thank her friend, "Oh, God, aren't you wonderful? The silver pencil wasn't good enough for me." Man can only lose what doesn't belong to him by divine right or isn't good enough for him. Affirmations. There is no loss in divine mind. Therefore, I cannot lose anything that is rightfully mine. Infinite intelligence is never too late. Infinite intelligence knows the way of recovery. There is no loss in divine mind. Therefore, I cannot lose anything which belongs to me. It will be restored or I receive its equivalent. Debt. If a man is in debt or people owe him money, it shows that a belief of debt is in his subconscious mind. This belief must be neutralized in order to change conditions. For example, a woman came to me saying a man had owed her $1,000 for years, which she could not compel him to pay. I said, "You must work on yourself, not the man," and gave her this statement: "I deny debt. There is no debt in divine mind. No man owes me anything. All is squared. I send that man love and forgiveness." In a few weeks, she received a letter from him saying he intended sending the money, and in about a month came the $1,000. If the student owes money, change the statement. There is no debt in divine mind. Therefore, I owe no man anything. All is squared. All my obligations are now wiped out under grace in a perfect way. Affirmations. I deny debt. There is no debt in divine mind. Therefore, I owe no man anything. All obligations are now wiped out under grace in a miraculous way. I deny debt. There is no debt in divine mind. No man owes me anything. All is squared. I send forth love and forgiveness. Sales. A woman who lived in a country town wished to sell her house and furniture. It was in the winter with snow so deep it was almost impossible for cars or wagons to reach her door. As she had asked God to sell her furniture to the right person for the right price, she was unmindful of appearances. She polished the furniture, pushed it into the middle of the room, and prepared to sell it. She said, "I never looked out of the window at the blizzard. I simply trusted God's promises." In miraculous ways, people drove up and all the furniture was sold, and the house also, without paying any commission to an agent. Faith never looks out of the window at the blizzard. It simply prepares for the blessing asked for. Affirmation. I give thanks that this article or property is now sold to the right person or persons for the right price, giving perfect satisfaction. Interviews. Affirmations. There is no competition on the spiritual plane. What is mine is given me under grace. I am identified in love with the spirit of this person or persons. God protects my interests, and the divine idea now comes out of this situation. Guidance. Always on man's pathway is his message or his lead. For example, a woman was much troubled over an unhappy situation. She thought to herself, will it ever clear up? Her maid was standing near and commenced to tell her of her experiences. The woman was too worried to be interested, but listened patiently. The maid was saying, I worked in a hotel once where there was a very amusing gardener. He always said such funny things. It had been raining for 3 days, and I said to him, do you think it will ever clear up? And he replied, my God, doesn't it always clear up? The woman was amazed. It was the answer to her thoughts. She said reverently, yes, with my God, it always clears up. Soon after, her problem did clear up in an unexpected way. Affirmations. Infinite Spirit, give me wisdom to make the most of my opportunities. Never let me miss a trick. I am always under direct inspiration. I know just what to do and give instant obedience to my intuitive leads. My angel of destiny goes before me, keeping me in the way. All power is given unto me to be meek and lowly of heart. I am willing to come last, therefore I come first. I now place my personal will upon the altar. Your will, not my will. Your way, not my way. Your time, not my time. And in the twinkling of an eye, it is done. There are no mysteries in the kingdom. Whatever I should know will now be revealed to me under grace. I am a perfect, non-resistant instrument for God to work through, and His perfect plan for me now comes to pass in a magic way. Protection. Affirmations. I am surrounded by the white light of the Christ through which nothing negative can penetrate. I walk in the light of the Christ, and my feared giants dwindle into nothingness. There is nothing to oppose my good. Memory. Affirmation. There is no loss of memory in divine mind. Therefore, I recollect everything I should remember, and I forget all that is not for my good. The divine design. See also The Game of Life and How to Play It, Chapter 4. There is a divine design for each man. Just as the perfect picture of the oak is in the acorn, the divine pattern of his life is in the superconscious mind of man. In the divine design, there is no limitation, only health, wealth, love, and perfect self-expression. So on man's pathway, there is always a divine selection. Each day, he must live according to the divine plan or have unhappy reactions. For example, a woman moved into a new apartment, which she had almost furnished, when the thought came to her, on that side of the room should stand a Chinese cabinet. Not long after, she was walking by an antique shop. She glanced in, and there stood a magnificent Chinese cabinet about 8 feet high, elaborately carved. She entered and asked the price. The salesman said it was worth $1,000, but the woman who owned it was willing to take less. The man added, "What will you offer for it?" The woman paused, and the price, $200, came into her mind. So she answered, $200. The man said he would let her know if the offer were satisfactory. She did not want to cheat anyone or get anything which was not rightfully hers, so going home, she said repeatedly, "If it's mine, I can't lose it, and if it isn't mine, I don't want it." It was a snowy day, and she said she emphasized her words by kicking the snow from right to left, clearing a pathway to her apartment. Several days elapsed when she was notified that the woman was willing to sell the cabinet for $200. There is a supply for every demand, from Chinese cabinets to millions of dollars. Before ye call, I shall answer. But unless it is the divinely selected cabinet or millions, they would never bring happiness. Except the Lord build the house, they labor in vain that build it. Psalm 127, verse 1. Affirmations. I let go of everything not divinely designed for me, and the perfect plan of my life now comes to pass. What is mine by divine right can never be taken from me. God's perfect plan for me is built upon a rock. I follow the magic path of intuition and find myself in my promised land under grace. My mind, body, and affairs are now molded according to the divine pattern within. God is the only power, and that power is within me. There is only one plan, God's plan, and that plan now comes to pass. I give thanks that I now bring forth from the universal substance everything that satisfies all the righteous desires of my heart. The divine design of my life now comes to pass. I now fill the place that I can fill and no one else can fill. I now do the things which I can do and no one else can do. I am fully equipped for the divine plan of my life. I am more than equal to the situation. All doors now open for happy surprises, and the divine plan of my life is speeded up under grace. Health. When man is harmonious and happy, he is healthy. All sickness comes from sin or violation of spiritual law. Jesus Christ said, "Be thou healed, your sins are forgiven." Resentment, ill will, hate, fear, etc., etc., tear down the cells of the body and poison the blood. See The Game of Life and How to Play It, page 19. Accidents, old age, and death itself come from holding wrong mental pictures. When man sees himself as God sees him, he will become a radiant being, timeless, birthless, and deathless, for God made man in his likeness and in his image. Affirmations. I deny fatigue, for there is nothing to tire me. I live in the kingdom of eternal joy and absorbing interests. My body is the body electric, timeless and tireless, birthless and deathless. Time and space are obliterated. I live in the wonderful now, birthless and deathless. I am one with the one. Thou in me art eternal joy, eternal youth, eternal wealth, eternal health, eternal love, eternal life. I am a spiritual being. My body is perfect, made in His likeness and image. The light of the Christ now streams through every cell. I give thanks for my radiant health. Eyes. Imperfect vision, correspondences, fear, suspicion, seeing obstacles, watching for unhappy events to come to pass, living in the past or future, not living in the now. Affirmations. The light of the Christ now floods my eyeballs. I have the crystal clear vision of the Spirit. I see clearly and distinctly there are no obstacles on my pathway. I see clearly the fulfillment of my heart's desire. I have the X-ray eye of the Spirit. I see through apparent obstacles. I see clearly the miracle come to pass. I have the crystal clear vision of the Spirit. I see clearly the open road. There are no obstacles on my pathway. I now see miracles and wonders come to pass. I give thanks for my perfect sight. I see God in every face. I see good in every situation. I have the crystal clear vision of the Spirit. I look up and down and all around, for my good comes from north, south, east, and west. My eyes are God's eyes, perfect and flawless. The light of the Christ floods my eyeballs and streams on my pathway. I see clearly there are no lions on my way, only angels and endless blessings. Anemia. Correspondence, unfed desires, lack of happiness. Affirmations. I am nourished by the Spirit within. Every cell in my body is filled with light. I give thanks for radiant health and endless happiness. This statement may be used in the healing of any disease. Ears. Deafness, correspondence, strong personal will, stubbornness, and a desire not to hear certain things. Affirmation. My ears are the ears of Spirit. The light of the Christ now streams through my ears, dissolving all hardness or malformation. I hear clearly the voice of intuition and give instant obedience. I hear clearly glad tidings of great joy. Rheumatism, correspondence, fault-finding, criticism, etc. Affirmation. The light of the Christ now floods my consciousness, dissolving all acid thoughts. I love everyone, and everyone loves me. I give thanks for my radiant health and happiness. False growths, correspondence, jealousy, hatred, resentment, fear, etc., etc. Affirmation. Every plant my Father in heaven has not planted shall be rooted up. All false ideas in my consciousness are now obliterated. The light of the Christ streams through every cell, and I give thanks for my radiant health and happiness now and forevermore. Heart disease, correspondence, fear, anger, etc. Affirmation. My heart is a perfect idea in divine mind and is now in its right place, doing its right work. It is a happy heart, a fearless heart, and a loving heart. The light of the Christ streams through every cell, and I give thanks for my radiant health. Animals. Dog, for example. Affirmations. I deny any appearance of disorder. This dog is a perfect idea in divine mind and now expresses God's perfect idea of a perfect dog. Infinite intelligence illumines and directs this animal. It is a perfect idea in divine mind and is always in its right place. The elements. Man is made in God's likeness and image, imagination, and is given power and dominion over all created things. He has power to rebuke the winds and the waves, check floods, or bring rain when it is needed. There is a tribe of American Indians who live in the desert country and depend on the power of prayer only to bring rain to water their crops. They have a rain dance, which is a form of prayer, but no chief is allowed to take part who has any fear. They give exhibitions of courage before they are admitted to the ceremonies. A woman who was an eyewitness told me that out of a blue sky came a deluge of rain, the sun still shining. Fire, affirmation. Fire is man's friend and is always in its right place, doing its right work. Drought, affirmation. There is no drought in divine mind. I give thanks for the right amount of rain to nourish these crops or garden. I see clearly this gentle downpour, and the manifestation is now. Storms, affirmation. The Christ within now rebukes the winds and the waves, and there comes a great calm. I see clearly peace established on land and sea. Journey, affirmation. I give thanks for the divinely planned journey under divinely planned conditions with a divinely planned supply. Miscellaneous. The thing you dislike or hate will surely come upon you, for when man hates, he makes a vivid picture in the subconscious mind and it objectifies. The only way to erase these pictures is through non-resistance. See The Game of Life and How to Play It, Chapter 4. For example, a woman was interested in a man who told her repeatedly of his charming women cousins. She was jealous and resentful, and he passed out of her life. Later on, she met another man to whom she was much attracted. In the course of their conversation, he mentioned some women cousins he was very fond of. She resented it, then laughed, for here were her old friends, the cousins, back again. This time she tried non-resistance. She blessed all the cousins in the universe and sent them goodwill, for she knew if she didn't, every man she met would be stocked up with women relations. It was successful, for she never heard cousins mentioned again. This is the reason so many people have unhappy experiences repeated in their lives. I knew a woman who bragged of her troubles. She would go about saying to people, "I know what trouble is," and then wait for their words of sympathy. Of course, the more she mentioned her troubles, the more she had, for by her words, she was condemned. She should have used her words to neutralize her troubles instead of to multiply them. For example, had she said repeatedly, "I cast every burden upon the Christ within, and I go free," and not voiced her sorrows, they would have faded from her life. For by your words you are justified. I will give to thee the land that thou seest. Man is ever reaping on the external what he has sown in his thought world. For example, a woman needed money and was walking along the street making the affirmation that God was her immediate supply. She looked down, and at her feet was a $2 bill, which she picked up. A man standing near, a watchman in a building, said to her, "Lady, did you pick up some money?" "I thought it was a piece of chewing gum paper. A lot of people walked over it, but when you came, it opened up like a leaf." The others, thinking lack, had passed over it, but at her words of faith, it unfurled. So with the opportunities in life, one man sees, another passes by. Faith without works or action is dead. The student, in order to bring into manifestation the answer to his prayer, must show active faith. For example, a woman came to me asking me to speak the word for the renting of a room. I gave her the statement, "I give thanks that the room is now rented to the right and perfect man for the right price, giving perfect satisfaction." Several weeks elapsed, but the room had not been rented. I asked, have you shown active faith? Have you followed every hunch in regard to the room? She replied, I had a hunch to get a lamp for the room, but I decided I couldn't afford it. I said, you'll never rent the room until you get the lamp. For in buying the lamp, you are acting your faith, impressing the subconscious mind with certainty. I asked, what is the price of the lamp? She answered, $4. I exclaimed, $4 standing between you and the perfect man. She became so enthusiastic, she bought 2 lamps. About a week elapsed, and in walked the perfect man. He did not smoke and paid the rent in advance and fulfilled her ideal in every way. Unless you become as a little child and dig your ditches, you shall in no wise enter the kingdom of manifestation. See The Game of Life and How to Play It, page 11. Without the vision, my people perish. Unless man has some objective, some promised land to look forward to, he begins to perish. We see it so often in small country towns, in the men who sit around a stove all winter who ain't got no ambition. Within each one is an undiscovered country, a gold mine. I knew a man in a country town called Magnolia Charlie because he always found the first magnolia in the spring. He was a shoemaker, but every afternoon left his work to go to the station to meet the 4:15 train from a distant city. They were the only romances in his life, the first magnolia and the 4:15 train. He felt vaguely the call of the vision in the superconscious mind. No doubt, the divine design for him included travel, and perhaps he was to become a genius in the plant world. Through the spoken word, the divine design may be released and each one fulfill his destiny. I now see clearly the perfect plan of my life. Divine enthusiasm fires me, and I now fulfill my destiny. The spiritual attitude towards money is to know that God is man's supply and that he draws it from the abundance of the spheres through his faith and spoken word. When man realizes this, he loses all greed for money and is fearless in letting it go out. With his magic purse of the spirit, his supply is endless and immediate, and he knows also that giving precedes receiving. For example, a woman came to me asking me to speak the word for $500 by the 1st of August. It was then about the 1st of July. I knew her very well and said, the trouble with you is you don't give enough. You must open your channels of supply by giving. She had accepted an invitation to visit a friend and did not want to go on account of the formality. She said, please treat me to be polite for 3 weeks, and I want to get away as soon as possible, and be sure to speak the word for the $500. She went to the friend's house, was unhappy and restless, and tried continually to leave, but was always persuaded to stay longer. She remembered my advice, however, and gave the people about her presents. Whenever possible, she made a little gift. It was nearing the 1st of August, and no signs of the $500, and no way of escape from the visit. The last day of July, she said, oh God, maybe I haven't given enough. So she tipped all the servants more than she had intended. The 1st of August, her hostess said to her, my dear, I want to make you a gift. And she handed her a check for $500. God works in unexpected ways his wonders to perform. Affirmations. God is incapable of separation or division. Therefore, my good is incapable of separation or division. I am one with my undivided good. All that is mine by divine right is now released and reaches me in a perfect way under grace. God's work is finished now and must manifest. I serve only faith, and my unlimited abundance is made manifest. I am undisturbed by appearances. I trust in God, and he now brings to me the desires of my heart. My good now overtakes me in a surprising way. The divine plan of my life cannot be tampered with. It is incorruptible and indestructible. It awaits only my recognition. There is no there. There is only here. Reveal to me the way. Let me see clearly the blessing which thou hast given me. Let thy blessed will be done in me this day. Hunches are my hounds of heaven. They lead me in the perfect way. All things I seek are now seeking me. Divine activity is now operating in my mind, body, and affairs, whether I see it or not. Since I am one with the only presence, I am one with my heart's desire. I now have the single eye of the Spirit and see only completion. I am a perfect idea in divine mind, and I am always in my right place, doing my right work at the right time for the right pay. The Columbus in you will see you through. I am an irresistible magnet for checks, bills, and currency, for everything that belongs to me by divine right. Thou in me art completion. As I have asked, I must receive. The law of God is the law of increase, and I give thanks for increase under grace in perfect ways. I dwell in a sea of abundance. I see clearly my inexhaustible supply. I see clearly just what to do. My world of the wondrous now swings into manifestation, and I enter my promised land under grace. Great peace have I who love thy law of non-resistance, and nothing shall offend me. Thou in me art inspiration, revelation, and illumination. Nothing is too good to be true. Nothing is too wonderful to happen. Nothing is too good to last. Conclusion. Choose the affirmation which appeals to you the most and wave it over the situation which confronts you. It is your magic wand, for your word is God in action. It shall not return unto me void, but shall accomplish that whereunto it is sent. Isaiah chapter 55, verse 11. But I say, have they not heard? Yes, verily their sound went into all the earth, and their words unto the end of the world. Romans chapter 10, verse 18. I hope that you've enjoyed this presentation, and please remember to subscribe to receive notifications of upcoming recordings. This recording is a production of the Master Key Society. The video and audio is copyright 2023 Master Key Society.
Welcome to a new episode of Opening Bid. I'm Yahoo Finance Executive Editor Brian Sozzi. Like I always say, this is the podcast that will make you a smarter investor, period. Let's put up 1 minute on the clock, our shot clock, stock of the day, going Best Buy on this news that President Trump or the Trump administration will exempt smartphones, computers, and certain electronics from those China tariffs. And there was just this massive relief. Suddenly, companies like Apple are going to do amazingly in terms of financials. But when you dig beneath the results, the 20% tariff is still in place here. So I want to lock in on Best Buy, because when I originally heard this news, I'm like, all right, Best Buy's year's going to be saved. This is great. Rah, rah, Best Buy. No, that's not the case. And here are some numbers here from the folks at Citi. So the 20% China tariff is still in place. That means a lot of products that Best Buy sells, smartphones, electronics, computers, will still be hit by that tariff. Citi estimating Best Buy could see a 15% product cost inflation hit, almost 1,000.
Order filled. Order filled.
I don't technically like the straight setup. It can go either way. So I'm just gonna caveman it, whichever way it starts rolling heavy. Smaller size, of course, and just let it roll from there. So we're here. I'm watching the market. It's around my time to trade. I might wait to FOMC. It could do anything at this very point. It's at a balancing point. It's real tight in this range right here. See what it's doing here in the 1 minute, 5 minute. You see, it'll go anywhere and get right here and just shoot down. I'll play it around with that 5 minute. So if it holds below this line here, I might sell. It's not looking like it's wanting to. But yeah, it's just, you know, I'm not gonna jump into it. It can do whatever it wants to right now. It's not giving me that much confidence that I want to see. See, it's all over the place. It's getting whippy like it does. So I'm gonna chill out. I'm here. Change the music up a little bit, and I'm gonna act like I ain't missed nothing there, because I didn't. It's right back at the same price. Look at that. All right, y'all.
gonna stop? Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop telling those lies? Are you gonna keep telling those lies? I can see right through you. I can see right through you. Are you gonna stop? 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 Are you gonna stop telling those lies? Are you gonna keep telling those lies? I can see right through you. I can see right through you. Are you gonna stop? 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 Are you gonna stop telling those lies? Are you gonna keep telling those lies? I can see right through you. I can see right through you. Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop? Are you gonna stop?
Look, back out to the downside. I was trying to sell that. I gotta stay off. I almost sold that. Now I had some. Just stop loss. Chilled out. That was my buy. That was my sell. That's advice. Let's see what happens. I ain't gonna play with it. Let's see what happens. Just in and out real quick. Boom. It doesn't know what it wants to do. So I'm not gonna do anything. That was that range I was talking about. You see that? See the little range right there. I'm gonna wait for it to decide if it's gonna break down this way or go up the opposite way. And we can go from there. We'd love to be early, but we're just getting lucky in today's market. Just damn near middle. They might just sit here the rest of the day. Don't get caught with your hands in the cookie jar. Looks like it could get a little heavy here. Definitely looks like it could get heavy. I'm gonna wait. I got some levels that I don't want to see. Because I see them, I'm too late myself. We're gonna go with 19.013. I see that I'm short. Just one. Got me titties. Get in. Didn't hold it. It touched it. Didn't hold it. Ew. That could have been an automatic buy for me. So I was trying to scout that when I saw it didn't hold. So now we know. hold my line like I asked it to. If it gives, we take. You know, it's always a party over this way. I don't know if it's gonna hold that line. Oh, look at that. That was a bounce back up real quick for a scalp if you wanted it. I'm not that quick for that. I ain't got the patience for it. Get what I did there. Alright, y'all, I'm here.
Order filled.
Something just happened with my computer, so I'm about to close this the fuck out. It froze. I want to get that culture. It's gonna sell, it's gonna sell. I don't like how this is moving. I'm about to go ahead and close this that I really don't like it. Didn't want to add to it. We just let it roll. We'll get down somewhere. We'll see it's gonna get all wiggly and shit. Gotta lock in.
Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled. Order filled.
Breathe. Breathe, motherfucker, breathe. All right, y'all, I'm gonna go take a break, man. It's been a great day. I love what I do for work. Y'all got to see it live. The biggest contradiction is, ain't none of your business.